We're live. Right. So if we have any tech issues tonight, I'm not going to keep going for it because it'll just do me head in. The thing about doing live streams is flow. And when we've got flow in a live stream, you feel it, I feel it, it's organic. And every time we end up with a tech problem, it resets it. I have to start all over again to try and get that flow back. And it annoys me, Is that Zephyr? Look, keeping guard. So how's everyone doing then? Who's with me? Say hello. Happy Friday. I was going to wear a different t-shirt, right? But then I thought you'll be staring at that right the way through the live stream and it will just keep the vibe a little bit lower than it needs to be. Because it's the truth. It's a t-shirt that I wore walking around supermarkets in an ocean full of face nappy wearing sheep. I wore it to the hospital. I wore it everywhere. Not just this one, but loads of others. And I couldn't find it anywhere. And it's mad because once I emptied the van, you won't believe how much storage that van had. I've got so much stuff that I still need to try and put away, but I found clothes that I've been searching for ages, hiking boots that I thought I'd lost. It was mad. It was like a little treasure trove of memories because it had just been sat there for a year and a half, something like that. Went nowhere. Just sat on the driveway, fully kitted out for Armageddon, really. Could have survived in there for months. So I found loads of stuff in there. This is the shirt, the t-shirt, because it's so true. But if I wore that for the duration of a live stream, you just keep reading that and thinking, yeah, it is, and we won't get our vibrations up from just staring at that t-shirt. So the logic behind it, don't wear it. I've got that warning sign up already, look. I always go around before I leave and I go through every single blade of grass to make sure I picked up every fag end. Leave no trace. Hello, Michael, Mio China. Happy Friday to you too. Yeah, she does like to photobomb. Storm, not so much. She's I couldn't give a fuck what you're doing, Dad type of girl, So she's about 8-9 days into her new medication, and a little rusty sheriff star is looking healthier. And throughout all of this, she's not changed. She's still a bounder. She's still happy. She's still playful. It's not changed anything. She still eats like someone's about to steal her food off her. She still drinks okay. She still goes to the toilet, So it's a hope and pray thing for her. Zephyr, she was on steroids. The sensitivity seems to have dissipated somewhat. Now she's on one of those a day as opposed to 2. But now she's contracted conjunctivitis. So, and one of them had caught it before and somehow passed it on to the other one. So it was like conjunctivitis whack-a-mo. You think, yeah, I've got you both sorted now. Go to bed, wake up the following morning, just gunk. There's two different types. One's bacterial, one's pink eye. Pink eye. That's all you need to remember. Is it pink eye? If it's pink eye, then it's contagious. So every time I clean her eyes, every single time I've got to make sure I thoroughly wash my hands and don't touch anything else, because I can end up with it. Storm can end up with it again. It's like spinning bastard plates. Anyway, hello Jordan, you all right, matey? Yeah, it's been an all right week. Like, you know, again, I thrive in the summer. I love the summer. I love it. I love the heat. I love the sunshine. We could do with some rain, to be fair. Everything's looking a bit brown, but you know, grass, it only needs one rain, half an hour of rain, and the following day everything's green again. I don't know how it does it. It's amazing. Hope it all works out in the long run. It can't be easy for you either, mate. It's Michael, just like you, just like Jordan, just like most people, we see all of this shit show going on around us, which can take its toll from time to time. Nothing we can't handle, but it does take its toll from time to time. So you throw into the mix your only Achilles heel, really, because they are my only Achilles heel, my only weakness. And yeah, it can make things a lot more complicated and a lot more stressful, you know. But it is what it is. We just roll with the punches, don't we? You know. And I ended up because I was quite pissed by the end of the last live stream, and I don't want to get like that again, because it's embarrassing, you know, slurring my words and shit. It's not good. So I'm trying to keep on top of measuring. You see, you go to a pub, you have a double vodka and pomegranate juice, please. Pomme what? Orange then. And they'll like measure it into these little cups. And then some of them have got automatic measurements on the thing. I wasn't doing that. It's like, yeah, fuck it. It's Friday night or Saturday night. So I'm going to take it easy tonight as well. And see, in the towns and in the cities, you get sun, right? And it heats up all the bricks of the houses. It heats up the tarmac of the roads and the slabs on the pavements and all of that, which is why it's difficult why the temperature doesn't really drop significantly overnight in cities and towns, because it's like a giant what were those radiators, really shit radiators, electric radiators, and they just heat up bricks inside. I forgot what it's called now, but that's how cities and towns are. They just hold on to the heat through the night, and by the time it's just started to dissipate, the sun's on it again. Whereas when you're surrounded by green, it soaks up all the heat. So we get really cool evenings. It can be 30 Celsius outside during the day, you know, a nice little bit of a scorcher. But then at night time, it drops down to about 15, 20. So we all sleep like a log. And my phone has decided that it doesn't want to charge. So it's on 35%. I've got no other alarm clock in this caravan. So I've had to turn my phone off after setting my alarm for 9 o'clock in the morning, so I can get into my nearest town to get that sorted out. Even though it's under warranty, I'm not driving all the way back to Long Eaton just to get my the charger port sorted out and then driving back out here again. Fuck that. Grassroots run deep. Yes, they do. But the thing is that the grass looks dead on the surface, but it just revitalizes itself. As far as I know, if we believe history, if we believe evolution, if we believe any of that, grass was the first life form really to flourish. Grasses, and then more complex stuff came after that. Convection heat. Was it a storage eaters. I've still got a very faint little sort of checkered, like little squares, about 6 altogether, on my right arse cheek from when I lived in a flat that had storage eaters, and they were shit. They were crap. Middle of winter, had a nice long bath, back when we used to have baths, and came out of the bathroom because it's fucking freezing in there, and came into the front room of this flat, got my towel, stood in front of the storage eater to dry myself off. You know what drying yourself off looks like, So I thought, right, time to dry my knees. Still got the scar. Little perfect squares from the grill. And that, yeah. Be careful where you bend over, lads. Be careful. Confection, yes, I remember them well. Hello, Donna. Oh, I remember the name. Wow. He's on form. How's it going, sweetheart? And how's your lad? All right, I hope. And so the waffling wizard also has a waffling arse cheek. Yeah, I suppose it does. And looking at that emoji, Michael, the teeth of that emoji, if you were to sort of bring the smile down a little bit, that's pretty much spot on. Yeah, it scarred me. And it was bad. It was quite big. It covered an area of about that big, but it healed around it and then just left these little squares. But yeah, I was struggling to sit down, just sit down anyway, It's like, I'm sure people would have been looking at me going, you've got piles, haven't you? No, I haven't. No, I haven't. I've got squares on my arse and some blisters. That's it. Nothing to see here. And in the last live stream as well, I did go on about some negative stuff, but I said there was one good thing, and I forgot to mention it. I didn't think about it. Yeah, he is good. Thanks. Going to our local festival next Thursday until Sunday, camping out. Oh, lovely. Belladrum. So I didn't even start my phone up because I've had to turn it off because I'm relying on it as an alarm clock to get me up in the morning to get the fucking thing fixed. Otherwise I would have looked into that. So is that a traditional, like a traditional Scottish festival, Donna? I've never heard of it, but it sounds good. Any festivals are good as long as they're not too big, I would have loved to have gone to Glastonbury in 1985. I would have loved to have gone to Woodstock, which was before I was born. But I have been to some really, really good festivals, but none of them have been massive, too much. I like the smaller ones. I like smaller festivals, but I do love festivals, especially if the festivals that are kind of built around like-minded people. You know, we're just looking around. You know, like I said last week, when you bump into someone you begin dialogue with them, and they start talking about chemtrails or the jabs or COVID, anything like that, or the WEF, anything. You make a bit. There's a little bit of a bond that goes on there then, because the vast majority of people out there, most people wouldn't understand. So it is nice when you kind of bump into someone that's potentially on your wavelength. It runs deep then. So going to festivals full of like-minded people, you just can't beat that. You can't beat that. You know, the whole stand in the park thing, I never ever did that. There was one in Long Eaton, and I never went. I don't know why. I think it's because I didn't think I needed to at the time, and then there was a lot going on with Sally as well, you know. So I just carried on doing my own little bit of research. Yeah, the Wee Tartan Heart Festival, small family friendly. Oh, that sounds lovely. The Wee Tartan Heart Festival, and what a beautiful festival. You know, it's lovely. Dogs allowed, our wee villagers. Everyone has a dog. Yeah, you see things like that. I've got to be careful, because I've got, you know, they're all right with some dogs, but it's a lottery. So it's yeah, one of them. So I had a little tattoo done on my back, a meaningful one, you know, that means something. Would you like to see it? Oh, I might need to put a fleece on, because believe it or not, it's called Right Down. Oh, I don't know if you can see it or not. Let me just. Suits you, sir. All right, let's see if this is going to work. You ready? What do you think? I'm not sure if you could see that or not, because, you know, it's based on video footage that the tattooist took of it and then showed me it. I was blown away. You know, it's better than I could possibly have imagined. It was more than I expected, you know. But I can't fucking appreciate it. I can't see it. But I know it's there. You know, a lot of you will relate to a phoenix. We have a wee 12-year-old pug called Coco. Hey Donna, does your dog go? And then do really, really weird barks? Did you know that the only thing that doesn't change, doesn't matter what breed you breed your dogs with, going from a wolf to a Great Dane to a miniature Chihuahua, like Chihuahuas aren't fucking small enough as it is. The only thing that they can't breed out of a dog is the size of the eyes. That's why pugs have got massive eyes, because they've got the same size eyes as a Great Dane. Imagine that. Fact. I sat on a wasp when I was a kid. My dad bent me over and dabbed vinegar on the sting. Vinegar. Get loads and loads and loads and loads of vinegar in. I'm telling you. I've known people that have had growths that do look suspiciously like melanomas, and they've just put vinegar and vinegar and vinegar on there on a regular basis. Vinegar is incredible stuff, and it's cheap. Get shitloads of it in if you can find the space for it, and your future self will thank you. It will. You see, I've never ever been stung. I've never been stung. I've been bitten by a few little bastard things, but I've never been stung. So how do you know whether or not you've got whether you're allergic to bee stings? Because some people, they can get stung by a bee and you've got minutes, you know, anaphylaxis kicks in, and yeah, unless you've got an EpiPen handy. I have got EpiPens, but they're at home. I can't keep them in a car that's, you know, for the most part, a greenhouse on wheels. It needs to be kept at a certain temperature. So I don't know. You know, you don't know if you're allergic to bee stings until you've been stung by one. I've never been stung. Yet I've rescued so many bumblebees out of greenhouses and conservatories and just homes in general. And most bumblebees don't sting, and they're very, very placid as well. So, and I've rescued God knows how many over the years. Never been stung. Thank you, Michael. It was I wanted to get it all done in one day, in one sitting, because it was a day booked, because you can't really pick up on all the detail from here, but you can make out all the details of the feathers and everything. It was an amazing job. But I couldn't leave the girls for that length of time, so I booked 2 mornings. Always book mornings because they're fresh. The tattoo is fresh. You know, if he's had a few clients prior to you that was just a fucking pain in the arse, wouldn't sit still, always moaning, it hurts, you know. And then in the afternoon, he's like, his hand's aching. So I wanted him fresh. Yep, she does, and parts at the same time, but she does not scream like pugs. She goes woo 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 woo. Actually, woo 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 woo. That's a big dog bark, you know. But then you look at smaller dogs and they've got little man syndrome or little woman syndrome. Zephyr has, you know. You could get a Rottweiler running straight at her and she will run straight at that Rottweiler. She's fucking fearless. So I don't know how many of you guys bought any precious metals or even semi-precious metals like copper. But China, so one of the problems that we've got, because this is all relevant, I think. Because I've been saying for the last 5-6 years now, get any spare cash out of the bank, get it out. Now there's something called the papers market, right, which is where you buy gold on paper. Now there could be up to 100 people all having a claim on that 1 ounce of gold that's in the bank. It's such a scam. But China is doing away with that system. So the ramifications of that could be quite impressive. But again, I bought when instinct told me to buy, and I bought low, and that's helped me out. It's kind of buffered me a little bit, really, because I bought that motorhome for 12 grand, spent about six and a half grand on it, you know, and sold it for 2,750 quid to a couple of pikeys. And I can't help but think that if I'd not done that, if I'd not bought that motorhome, bearing in mind it was only two months after losing my wife, if I'd have not done that and I'd have invested that more wisely. But you can't live a life of shoulda, coulda, woulda, wish I'd done this, wish I'd done that. You can't, because what's done's done. Just to learn from it. That's it. Just learn from it. He's drinking like fucking camels. I'm going to put a fleece on because I'm a bit fresh. Whoa. You know, in Northern Ireland, you've got, I know I've mentioned this before, but it's worth looking into, worth paying attention to, and worth watching. Because historically, the Protestants and the Catholics fucking hated each other. There was always conflict. Now the Catholics and the Protestants have put their religion aside. It's not just down to religion. It's down to pro being British and pro wanting Ireland united. It's very complicated. But the Protestants and the Catholics are setting aside their differences. A new generation at that, you know, with good guidance from people my age and 20, 30 years older than me that lived through the Troubles, right? I love the way they call it the Troubles. It was the Troubles. Anyway, they're taking things into their own hands, and that's how I see things going. Because I put this out in. Someone put a comment, and it's just mad where shit comes from, you know. The police are about as useful as a tampon on a statue. So it's going to be down to us. So they're basically getting ballied up. Everyone's in black. No one's carrying phones. No one's communicating via phone. Nothing. They're just getting organised, coordinated, and then they're going into these HMOs full of cockroaches and hoofing them out one by one, all perfectly timed, you know. And then our Annie sent me, was it Annie? No, I think it was Mike, who's just in. He's in over there. He sent me something earlier on. Of a new estate where the average house is worth like 250 to 400,000 pound, and they're being earmarked for cockroaches. When we've got families out there that have been waiting on the housing waiting list for anything up to 5 years. I can see vigilantism taking off and becoming a thing, because we can't rely on our police. The police are part of the problem. But yeah, Donna, she sounds cute as fuck. Pugs are cute. It's just they make a lot of noise, you know, because of the flat nose and that. You know, when they're around. But some have got it worse than others. You know, some have to have operations and stuff, and it's such a shame. But I'm just glad you're a dog lover. So, hello, Matty. You all right, matey? Thanks for popping by and saying hello. Much love, my friend. And yes, I love that flag. I put a few flags up around my area, but there are people out there that are just putting them up and putting them up and putting them up. I'm just trying to. I'm not as intense as that, you know. But I still have my flags, and one's just looking a little bit dishevelled. But I didn't have the right size zip ties for the lamppost. So my nearest flag to me is going to be refreshed next Wednesday when I've got some better cable ties. I love it when you all say hello to each other, you know. It's lovely. Again, it's the importance of having live streams like this where people, you know, when you know, and it can be quite challenging out there to make allies and get people to see the truth, get people to understand, get people to notice, get people to comprehend. It can be quite a challenge, and I think we all get a little bit of burnout from time to time because we're just around people that just do not get it yet, you know. And someone never, some, you know, there are people out there that will never ever get it. They're just so incredibly programmed that they wouldn't understand. You know, you could download everything that's in your head, upload it into one of their heads, and watch them hit the deck. Hello, Lana, sweetheart. Are you all right? Thank you for joining us. It's good to see you. It is. Got to love a flag. The way this country is, I'm very sure I died and woke up in a different time. I can sure 100%. Love you, hippie guy. Bless you, brother. Oh, thank you, Massey. That's very kind. Yeah, flags, they're a reminder, you know. I know that the Union Jack isn't, the Union Jack really is again, it's corporate, you know, and it's maritime. It's got nothing to do with land. It's got nothing to do with us, really. You should have a look go back, say, go back 1,000 years. You know, Google is a cunt. It lies all the time. But there are things that it does get right, and you can start researching it a bit further to make sure that it is right. Have a look at the British flag, or at least England's flag. I represent England. I love Ireland, Scotland, and Wales. I do. I really do. But I'm English. You know, I've got to try and take care of my own country first. My country comes first. But have a look at the flags from 1,000 years ago, just for England, or any of the other three nations, right? But England, it's changed so much. But the lions have always been there. We are the lions and the lionesses. We are. But then it's better. I never knew that about the flag. Thanks for sending me down a rabbit hole, but I'm gonna go down it. Go down it, Matty, and enjoy it. Right? And also, there is a correct way of flying the Union Jack and an incorrect way of flying the Union Jack. Now, I thought it would just be a really, really lovely father-son activity to do because my dad's very patriotic, as am I. But I've got these extendable, like telescopic ladders. They're very, very high, but the higher you go, the more wobble you get on. It's not fucking nice when you're not a fan of heights and you're up against a very, very tall lamppost that's very, very wobbly and shaky, you know. But the flying the flag the right way is flying your flag. If you fly the Union Jack the wrong way around, it's an indicator that we are being invaded. So that made me think, right, it doesn't actually really matter how I put this Union Jack up, because it's both about unity of all four nations coming together against a common threat, whilst we are actually being invaded at the same time. So it doesn't matter how you put your Union Jack up, it's both it'll be appropriate either way, you know. After years of the St. George flag being used against us as racist and thuggery, it's brilliant to see us taking it back and proudly flying it again. I totally agree with you, mate. I totally agree with you. And we there isn't. I don't believe that there is a single race out there that experiences racism now than the smallest minority in the world, the white European. Right. So I was watching a YouTube channel earlier on, and it was about fatigue, you know, of people that aren't from here, that don't blend. And please look up the average IQ of the average person that's come into this country from all of the majority countries that they're coming from. Have a look at their average IQ. So this channel it is a very interesting channel, because it demonstrates the fatigue that we're all feeling from people that aren't from here. And this guy turned around and said, you know, in retrospect, when you look back, right back, you do start to realize and start to understand that it would have been a whole lot easier if we'd have picked our own fucking cotton. Oh my God, it cracked me up. it's passion for your country, and most people don't have passion for anything apart from their phones. Mate, I agree. I agree. You know, it was a terrible invention. I think if it was just kept, which it was never intended to, but if it was just kept as a, say, a 3210, something that fits into the palm of your hand and just takes calls and texts. And if you're bored, or you know there's someone sat next to you on the bus that you're thinking, I always attract these fuckers, just play Snakes or Snakes 2. You know, basic. We need to get back to basics, because these Black Mirror devices are an integral part of the digital ID system. You know, there was millions of signatures on this petition saying no, say no to the digital ID card. See, we live on planet retard. This has got nothing to do with the card. It's got everything to do with something called one login. And that one login will eventually become the British version of the Chinese's WeChat, where absolutely everything is being monitored. And not necessarily by a person, you know, but everything will be monitored. Everything is anyway, you know. So I think it might be worth considering ditching that, because then you can't play a part. What contingency plans have they put in place for our senior citizens that just aren't tech savvy at all? They just know how to, they've been shown how to answer a call. They've been shown what to press to make a call. They've been shown how to do a text. They've been shown where to find the text if someone sends you a text. You know, they just know the basics. A 3210 can do that. A 3310 can do that. It doesn't need to be complicated. And these Black Mirror devices are an integral part of our future slavery. So if we can fuck them off to some degree, then it probably could get to a point where they'll just start shipping you another phone out. You've lost your phone, did you say, Terry? Yeah, I lost it. It's all right. We're sending you another one now. You'll get it in the morning. Like an episode of Black Mirror. Mad. But yeah, you know, I am a patriot. I do love my country. I will fight for my country, but I won't fight in any unjust wars. And there's a few things that I've thought about that have kind of, yeah, it's good to get your brain working. Very good, right? So if they tried to lock us down because there was all-out war, right, or something else, or Ebola come in, you know, how many people are going to fall for that again? I do think there's a lot of people that have learned, and a lot of people that are asking questions now, a lot of people that are putting two and two together and stuff, but I still think that a lot of them are looking in the wrong direction. The aliens are coming. Hey, do you know what, Donna? If the aliens come, I've said before, look, Fucking beam me up. Beam me up. But I need to bring my girls. I need to bring my girls. But beam me up. Fucking beam me up. Get your vast array of various sizes, fucking anal probes, some that look like a fist. Fucking help yourself. Help yourself. Because we live on currently, we live on planet retard. Oh, fuck me. Hey, Michael, you know that chill, that horrible chill, it starts multiplying. It really does get cold out here, you know. I'm telling you, I wasn't born for the winter. I reckon in my previous life, I was a little pot-bellied Ethiopian little chap. Right. You know, I don't like being cold. We've still got a little bit of sunlight. I just see, and there's loads of bats flying around out there as well. I love nature. I love being here. I love it. It's so good for us. A mate popped in earlier, started doing facial recognition stuff. He was complaining it was working because he had a shave. It wasn't working because he had a shave. Asked him, what you do with get rid of any yeah, fucking hell. I mean, even on this, I don't know if you can make that out. They come in like packs of 10 for about £1. Make that out, and you can just, it's fucking falling off. I think I got a bit angry with it earlier on. But you can buy these little things here, and they just slide across your camera. Slide across. But there have been TVs that have been found when people have taken them in to be repaired, and the repairman's gone, did you know that there's a camera behind the screen? So on our phones, it looks pretty obvious, you know, that we've clearly got various cameras or whatever on the back, when we just used to have one. Now it's like, you know, we've got a vast array. But on the front, where your screen is, there's just one little hole, one little thing, you know, that indicates that there's a camera there. Now, these people have been finding cameras behind the pixels. Now, I've got no idea how that works. So even when you think, and so imagine, like, that is an incredible breach of privacy. And you have a right to privacy. And then you've got all of the targeted ads and stuff, you know, because you might have mentioned, do you know what? I'd love to go to Benidorm this year again. We've been there 67 times. When there's a beautiful world out there to explore, you know. But yeah, anyway, so facial recognition, you've got it on your phone, mapping your face. You've got it when you go to these big supermarket chains like Asda, Tesco's, Aldi, Lidl, all of them, you know, all with facial recognition. And that all goes into one big fuck off database, because it's all money, it's all gravy, You know, data is the new gold, but I still prefer gold. So China getting rid of their shorts, the paper shorts, the paper silver or the paper gold. They're getting rid of all that. Potentially that could drive up the value of precious metals. But just be aware, I, for some bizarre reason, bought silver when it was cheap, bought gold when it was less than 200 quid for a sovereign, bought copper in when it was cheap, you know, and then just leave the absolute minimum in your bank account. Because whilst it's there, it doesn't actually belong to you. It's down to their discretion as to whether or not they give it you back. And then over time, more and more and more of us will probably end up being debanked to some degree, you know. You see, that's another thing. I feel like I'm preparing for war, because I refuse to pay a fine when there's been no victim. When after me leaving the place or the car park or whatever, there's no victim, no loss of life, no harm done to property, nothing. So I'm not paying. But now I'm preparing for the wolves to come to my door. I've got a wad like that. Might be a bit, it's probably bigger than that now, about like that. I refuse to pay it. So, and that's where it starts to get interesting, because what they've done is they've now given me, I've now got 2 days. I thought I'll do a little experiment. I'll apply for a credit card. I'm a homeowner. I own my home outright. So, you know, that's potential liquidity, right? So you would think that they would jump on a 53-year-old man that owns a house with that, you know, outright. So you would think that you would be able to get a credit card, a piece of piss, you know, probably easier than most people, but I can't. Just to clarify, I didn't want a credit card. Got rid of all my debt, and any contracts that I've got are either like pay as you go or just rolling over, if you like. So if or when they come to my home to take possession of stuff, that's another reason why I'm glad that the motorhome's gone. But I've got signs up, but regardless of those signs, I'm having none of it. None of it. If they come to my house to take goods, they'll have a warning. They'll be escorted off the property. They'll have a warning. Chances are the police might get involved, because the police are also available for private hire. It's on their own website and you're paying for them. So if the police turn up, I'll have to explain to them, look, this is what's happened. I'm not paying for this reason, that reason, that reason, and that reason. I strongly suggest that you just leave it at that and everyone just goes home. In an ideal world. But I'm prepared for the worst. Again, principles aren't principles unless you're prepared to die by them. So I've got all of that coming up from several different companies. These things tend to come when you've been tested a little bit recently already. It's like, he's down on the floor. Yeah, I know. Well, go on then. What? Kick him. But he's down on the floor. I know. Keep kicking him. I do think that it can result in balance, character building, mental and spiritual strength, and just not being prepared to take any shit from an overreaching government, because that's what we've got. And they'll I don't really know how this is going to turn out. I've not done much research into it. I've just got absolute faith in myself. And they'll be warned, you come in this house, there's going to be some major, major catastrophic problems. So I'll warn them. And I can stay awake for days. So when or if that ever happens, I'll live stream it. But it would be great to know if at least one of you guys out there has the ability to download and save what happens on the day, if that happens the way that I think it might. I'm a no retreat, no surrender kind of guy, and I don't agree with it. I'm not going to pay for something that I don't agree with. Will probably be required to prove you're 18 to log on to any digital device. Yeah. And again, this is another reason why people just they don't see what's happening around them. They don't understand what's going on. They're just in trance mode. And so imagine, I can get rid of that. I do apologise. Fucking. So yeah, under 16s being required to sort of be restricted or prove that they're old enough, and they're all coming up with all sorts of smart things, you know. But it's the one login thing that's a big problem, and we need to try and find ways to navigate around that. And you know, if I and it won't come to that, but if I ended up a martyr, I'll try and keep my girls as safe as absolute possible. But you need to know that they want to kill your dogs, they want to kill your cats, they want to kill your birds, your horses. They want to kill them. They want to take anything away from you that gives you joy. So I'm not tolerating their nonsense, you know. I've got signs, no trespassing signs and all that, but when the busies come along, when the dirty little pigs, the dirty fucking little pigs come along, the traitorous little cunt pigs, that's when it starts ramping up a little bit, you know. But I will share my experience when it comes, and it will come, it will, and I'll share it with you. But it just would be good if someone has the ability to maybe download the video, you know. Anyway, got the chills. It's always cooler in the countryside. It is, mate. Yeah, it doesn't hold all of the heat. It dissipates. This is how nature should be. It really should. I've been suspicious of tech like this since PlayStation 3. I was listening for commands. PlayStation on, off. What else is it listening for? Exactly, John. And not just your PlayStation. A lot of people have got, you know, a Fire Stick or something like that. That controller is a listening device. So whatever you're saying around the controller for that Fire Stick is then being beamed into the Fire Stick and then beamed through the internet as data. Things you've said. But I've never had a CCJ. And I don't remember being given an opportunity to go to a court. So it's a county court judgment. I was given no summons. I'm not going to park. I'm not going to not park wherever I want. I would never cut a driveway off. I'd never cause an obstruction. I wouldn't park to the point where there's blind spots for kids to cross the road and stuff like that. I think all these things through, you know. So I've got these alleged parking violations and various other things that I'm prepared to go to battle on. But like I said, I'll share it with you. And if you can download it somehow, that would be good. We shouldn't have to pay to be in this world. We shouldn't have to pay to park our cars. We shouldn't be paying this tax. We shouldn't be paying that tax, or that tax. When you go for a job, you sit down and the guy that's interviewing you is usually the guy that's going to be offering you the job at some point. So yeah, they do, Michael. Yeah, it's down to their discretion as to whether or not they give it you back. And I don't like that system. And so I don't like the idea of us having to pay for the benefit of living on in this world. We shouldn't have to pay. And going back to taxes and stuff like that, when you sign contracts with your new potential or your new employer, right? You've basically made a contract that fits in and is part of common law, where your employer has turned around to you and said, what can you do? I can do this, that, and that. So he'll turn around and go, do you want the job? And you go, oh yeah. Now, you shouldn't be paying income tax. Nobody should be paying income tax. None of us. The contract that you had between yourself and that employer is that he's offering to pay you this amount of money for that amount of sweat. That's it. It's that simple. But now we've got national insurance being taken out of our account. We've got yeah, so we shouldn't be paying. We shouldn't be paying. You know, I thought I first started paying into the system when I was 16. I had a job before I left school. You could get away with that shit back then, you know. So I've been paying into the system all my life. Yeah, the banks once they've got your money, they can keep it. That's why they come out with it's all down to keeping crime low. But they're determined to bring in the digital slavery system. So they require every single one of us to be compliant. But going back to taxes and stuff like that. So income tax, null and void, but try explaining that to your employer. Now you're a difficult employee, right? Council tax, the money from that is going straight into the coffers that's funding buying more and more weaponry to kill more people. It goes into the same coffers. So there's two taxes that we shouldn't be having. Council tax is an illegal tax. It's illegal, unlawful. It's going for a top up. Oh, fucking hell! It's gone so cold. I mean, would it be right to get the fire on? I'm thinking, yeah, for two reasons. A, I want to get warm, and B, I'm on holiday, albeit for a weekend. Honestly, guys, I can't get warm. Just bear with me one sec. Because sometimes this fire will light straight away, and then sometimes it won't. Oh, I've got a pilot. And that's another thing, you know, we've all heard of the term when one door closes, another one opens, right? So I know that I'm going to be giving 11 years of memories with this caravan up in April, right? So I was thinking it'll, you know, wild camping it is then, and normal camping and stuff like that. But it turns out, as I was thinking about that last night, that I need to leave it till April, because this will be more saleable in April, especially if they've got a waiting list for people to get on this site, which they probably have. Then they've got a walk-in caravan. They don't need anything delivered if they've not got a caravan already. You know, virtually nothing works, but the heater works, and this place is all about coming away to get away from it all. So peace. And I've got it rigged up for 3 leisure batteries, 3 separate solar controllers, 3 separate power sources. And that was the line that was the line of thought that I was going down, saying goodbye to this, just as I was starting to appreciate it. And then I got a text from my stepson, last night, saying that he'd bought a static caravan in Wales. Wales was somewhere me and Sal used to go regularly, definitely on my birthday and definitely on her birthday, somewhere in Wales, usually Shell Island. So he's got this lovely 2-bedroom fucking static caravan in Wales. So one door closing, or a chapter of my life closing, and traveling to Wales instead. I do love Wales, but the police are cunts. They don't do any actual solving of crime. No. Because I think the entire Welsh police force were issued their uniform, their warrant card, their taser, and a fucking speed gun. Because that's all they do. Hide in bushes all of my points that I've got for speeding, and none of them have ever been excessive. A couple of miles over, whilst I'm trying to figure out where the fuck I am. They just jump out from behind a bush with a speed camera. The fuckers. Wales is renowned for it. But other than the pigs, because pigs are pigs, the people are lovely. So I'll still have somewhere quite, when I say luxurious, it's all about, it's glamping at the end of the day. It's where, because I've never had a static caravan, you know, with fucking bedrooms and shit. But the downside is that most of the sites that have static caravans will charge you X amount per year, but you're not allowed to go there from the end of October to the start of April. And that actually is pretty uniform across the country. But because the owners of this farm and the land know me so well, I can come here during the winter. And when that heater's on, full blast, I can lie in t-shirts and, you know, or just a mankini. I can wear a mankini. Just fucking chilling out in a mankini when it's minus 15 out there. Sorted. Whereas this place in Wales, I've just got a feeling that it was an impulse thing. So you won't be able to appreciate it all year round, and I've got that with Luna. Anyway, as soon as you deposit money into the bank, yeah. Rabbit hole. I thought you were 63. Hey, rabbit hole, you haven't seen the body, right? I know I look a bit haggard in the face. I've cried a lot of fucking rivers. I think it's the salt water affecting my face. But my body, I would say my body's like a relatively healthy 30-year-old man. But cheers anyway, mate, for that. And thanks for joining us, my friend. Kick and win the down will attract karma. Again, it's like the whole karma thing. You've got innocent kids innocent kids being fucking sniped at in Gaza, in the West Bank, that have probably done nothing in their entire lives wrong. You know, where's the karma in that? I don't know if I believe in karma. I don't know. And I think on top of that, it does seem to me that the vast majority of really lovely people, really fucking lovely people that have got time for other people, that care about other people, your empaths, you know, yeah. Where's the logic in that? Where's the justice in that? So kids that have never had a chance to be bastards, never had a chance to hurt or maim or psychologically damage anyone, being taken out by snipers. So how is that good karma for a child? You know, again, I've got mixed. I don't completely discard the concepts of karma. I don't. But I'm just saying it's a bit fucking weird and a bit dysfunctional. You know. do that. I've got a screen recording app. Mate, Jordan, when the time comes, but then it's just I'll email you something, okay? I'm assuming I've got your email address. I'm sure you've contacted. Yeah, you have, Jordan, because I sent you seeds. I'll send you some more information. I'm dipping my beard in wow, it actually did go in there. I've got a flavored beard. Yeah, yeah. Have you? Have you? No, you haven't got a flavored beard. I'm special. Yeah, what is the app called? Screen recorder. Screen recorder on my phone that won't charge. Yeah, I think it depends on how new your phone is. Or at least I've got that option on my phone just to screen record. It's an option. Got a YouTube downloader called xXx. Oh, sounds gritty, but not currently working properly. You know, a lot of, again, always remember, if something's free, then it's you. If it's gone from Play Store, try Googling it. I don't look like I can post external links. That's odd, Jordan. Very odd. I wonder if that's just down to I wonder if that's down to the fact that try that, Jordan, because I think a few people would benefit from that. You are officially a moderator, my friend. It's discontinued. I'm sure there will be others. Yeah, it's putting the trust in them, though, isn't it? You know. I can look for one tomorrow, no problem. Yeah, as one door shuts, another one opens. It does. Hello, Van Life, my friend. Are you all right? Thank you for joining us. It's good to see you. Hopefully, we're back on track now. We'll get a live stream done every Friday, maybe a Saturday instead of a Friday from time to time. But I just think it's very important that we stay connected, because it's very challenging for me out there. It's very, very challenging because so many people don't seem to know very much, you know. And bearing in mind, a revolution only takes 10% to change everything. 10%. We're so powerful. So powerful. But most people don't realize it. 10% of the population can turn this all around, which is why we've got to keep talking. Got to keep pressing those buttons and sowing those seeds. Stop doing that. I'll email you a link. I think it's because I'm not YouTube verified. Didn't fancy doing the facial recognition. Make sure I'm not a bot lol. I've never had to do that, Jordan, but then having said that, look at me. I'm on full display. So maybe that was their workaround. Don't need to facially ID this guy. We've got him. We've got every single expression of emotion, every single angle, everything. We've got everything on this chap. All for this, and that all started off really with the South Church massacre, when I showed my face for the first time, and this was just a natural progression. But up until then, no one would have known who I was. They wouldn't recognize me. But I know where you're coming from, Jordan. It's a cunt. Oh, it worked. It worked. Right. So to anyone that's interested, there's a link, and hopefully, I reckon Michael will probably get back to us and say, yeah, it works. It's good. It's good to go. But just always remember that if whenever you get apps on your phone, when they're free, it means that the money's being made from you as an individual. I was going to say there's no such thing as free anymore, but that's not right. You know, I put videos out of me walking in the middle of rivers, just being completely immersed by nature and feeling at peace. That was free, completely free of charge. It didn't cost me a penny. You can have a run of bad luck, where your stress levels are at they're monumental, right? And then you can just bump into someone that you really get on with, and they just come over and just give you a big fucking hug, you know, not knowing that you're in turmoil. And you can feel, albeit maybe temporarily, feel better for that human contact, you know. We're all good for each other. I clicked the link and lost the chat. You back now? Yeah, it works on second attempt. Good. I get that occasionally. It's Windows, but copy paste YouTube link and it rips straight to hard drive. Does it really? Because the thing is, I'm not going to turn around after consistently stating from the right from the off of this channel, right, that I find it utterly immoral to take money from Google. So if you were offered a job and you found out that your future employer was a nonce, a rapist, a murderer, or anything else that's just as fucking abhorrent, right? Would you work for them? Would you still work for them? Even if the Wonga was very decent, would you still work for them? Because I wouldn't. So this is one of the reasons why, even though I've got an active YouTube channel that, it's got quite a lot, there's a lot of videos on there, so for most people in that sort of situation, it would make sense for them to go and get YouTube Premium, where you've got no ads, you can download stuff, blah 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 blah. But that would mean me giving my money to Google, one of the sickest, most manipulative, propagandist pieces of fucking hardware that was ever invented, and lies all the time. I could never take payment, so I'm still on the basic YouTube. Principles. We'll be looking into it after the stream ends. Nice one, moderator Jordan. Oh, that's got a nice ring to it, hasn't it? Do you know what, Michael? I think a wild camp with you and Jordan and Paul and Alan, it would be great. It would. It's just a shame he lives so far away, but I do think he's very, very. You two remind me a little bit of each other in just from the text, I don't know if Jordan can play a guitar behind his head, but I don't know if you can either, Michael. But you can play, and you can play very beautifully, very beautifully. It's something I wish I'd stuck at to learn more. It's so therapeutic. And that's another thing. I do think that a massive chunk of people that we're seeing through all of this nonsense, from the it's a pandemic, everyone's going to die, but just don't interrupt us whilst we're doing our dance routines in every single hospital across Europe and in America at a time when this was the deadliest virus that has ever swept through since the Spanish flu. Yeah, they were all learning insanely difficult, in some cases, highly choreographed and well-practiced dance routines. They had so much time on their hands. Anyway. Hello, Pickman. You all right? I've only just spotted you, mate. I don't know if I'm behind or not. I don't think I am. I think I'm doing all right tonight. But yeah, good to see you, my friend. Oi, brother. Best wishes from the Scottish Islands. I need to get up there at some point. I would love to go up there and experience a proper, really, truly traditional Scottish event. Like in England, like Right, everyone ready? Yeah, yeah. Right, gonna roll cheese downhill, and whoever gets cheese from going downhill with it gets to keep the fucking cheese. Big roll of it. You can have it if you chase it. Are you ready? 3, 2, 1. And you get people diving down this fucking hill that's like that. Like that. It's not unusual for broken arms and broken legs for a wheel of cheese. British tradition, you know? But I've always said, it's not easy being cheesy, you know? And the irony of saying that. Anyway, do you reckon I'm on spit, my friend? I don't know about that. I think I'm just getting going. Oh, hold on. I've missed a chunk. Hopefully soon be able to drive up for a camp out. Theory books in for Thursday. The absolute best of luck to you, Jordan, mate, because it would be lovely to go wild camping with you, and I think you and Michael in particular. You know, I'll get on with you anyway. But you and Michael, yeah. But yeah, just focus, mate, and practice on your theory. And then when you think, oh, fucking, I'm done now. I'm done. 4 hours. It's done my fucking head in. Do another hour. Commit. Just to get it out of the way. That's it. Played guitar since I was 13. By ear, copied punk, goth, rock, xXx. Oh, Pickman, we've got another one here that would in person quite possibly just instantly get on with Michael. You know, you could. I know that we're missing more than 90% of communication here because we're not in person. We're not next to each other. We're not in the same room, in the same physical room. So we can't feel each other in that way, you know. But I still think you can get quite a lot from the comments. And I doubt very much we've got any bullshitters, any, in our little tribe. Would you be very... You would be very, very welcome. Maybe a trip to Devon on the cards at some time, Harry. Absolutely. I love Devon and Cornwall. I love. Again, look, you know, we have got our own. We have got our own paradises in Great Britain, dotted around the place, that are just stunningly beautiful. And Devon and Cornwall have got some of the most incredible, and Wales, but I'm talking about England. Got some of the most incredible beaches, just so beautiful. I love Devon. He probably lives, you know, an hour out from the coast, but it don't matter. But it would be nice for us all to meet up. It would. Come up, Nachis rolling, cool too low. Nachis rolling. Pickman, I don't think I'm anywhere near as hip as I used to be, so I do apologise if I didn't get that. Please elaborate. Oh man. Well, it's good to have you here. Would you want to go to the Strathpether games, the gathering of the clans tossing the caber. I'd fucking love that, Donna. I would. And I'm assuming that might be quite somewhere quite rural as well. So I don't know what the Scottish laws are on wild camping, but I would definitely go up for that. Someone sent me something today. Oh no, I can't turn my phone on because I need the alarm to wake me up to go and get it fixed. But someone sent me something earlier on today, and it was so beautiful. This is aimed at you, Donna, right? And Lana, if she's listening, you know. And it was Glasgow, right? And there was a mosque. There is a mosque there in Glasgow. Again, we're being infested. It's as simple as that. And just like a place in Cardiff, I'm sure there's other places in Birmingham, Manchester. I'm sure they're dotted all around the country now, and it's fucking out of order. You know, waking people up at stupid o'clock that don't follow your fucking plagiarist nonce fucking prophet religion. Anyway, so this was in Glasgow, right? And at the same point as the call to prayer started, because it's like clockwork, right? Whoever was filming this man timed it perfectly. And again, this was in Glasgow. And he played the bagpipes so beautifully and so loud that it drowned out the call to prayer. At least on this side it did. You know, again, Scotsman, the only people that can look masculine as fuck whilst wearing a skirt. But yeah, I would love to go to that. Please email me some details and I'll see if I can sort something out. I've never been to Scotland. It's always been Lake District, then back down. A few other countries, Lake District, then back down. Never Scotland. Been to Wales loads of times. Like I said, the Welsh police, the Welsh pigs, they're just out there to get it. Most police now are out there to extract money from you and send it up to the Crown Corporation. That's their main job. And now it's not, the chances of us finding the guy that burgled your house is very slim. Yeah, but he stole the keys to the car and the car won't start. He's literally sat in the car trying to start the car whilst the police are in your house. I know, but the chances of us getting out there in time and catching him is very slim. Right, well, the other burglar, he's actually still in the fucking house. He's hiding behind that curtain there. Look, you can see his shoes. He's shaking. We can't arrest him if he's in that sort of state. No. You're better off just leaving it at that and maybe get some better locks on your windows. Keep everything locked. All right. Good night, love. Unless they're making money out of us. Anyway. Yeah, that sounds lovely, Donna. Please email me. You're funny as fuck. Love you. I love you too, Pick Man. I don't know if I'm being funny or not. I'm just fucking Just go along. I just go along, you know, and just try and flow. Flow's so important. It's important to me. Flow is harmony, you know. And if you just did a quick Google search and put, what is the symbol for harmony? And you'll see that. Well, yeah, much love, Pickman. And I would give it a go. Tossing the caper. I would give it a go, but not in their league. You know, I'm a man. You know, most men have got a lot of pride. So you get some fucking stocky, built like a fucking outhouse Scotsman in a kilt, picking up half a redwood that's like 9 tons and throwing it 4 fucking miles. I'd be like, just pass me that twig. Pass me that twig. That'll do me. Let's have a look with the theory test. Yeah, honestly, Jordan, just keep fucking hammering yourself away and hammering yourself away. Keep pushing yourself and pushing yourself. And when you're tired and you're thinking, right, okay, I'm done, give it another half an hour. That's what I did. Now, my theory test back then is probably a bit different to yours now. I don't know. I've not looked into it because I don't need to, you know. But because I was totally dedicated to getting it right, I got 49 out of 50. But I don't know what the format is now. I don't know. Cool Rose, yeah. Hi, Michael. Real people here. Yeah. See, this is what I mean. It's important that we stay connected whilst we can, knowing that you're not alone. And this is just one tiny little channel. You know, there are hundreds of thousands, maybe even millions of people out there that are very similar to us, but they just haven't got a channel. They just do things in a different way, you know. Never lose faith, especially in yourself. Cornwall is fucking amazing. Yeah, it is. I love Cornwall. Oh man. Oh no, it doesn't matter. I'll get on with anyone. I'm not fussy at all. But that's because you're so fucking laid back, Michael. Right? If you were any more laid back, it'd be like, quick. Are you medically trained? You are, right? Come in, quick. Take his pulse. It's very faint. We're not quite losing him, but he's very, very faint. Yeah, Michael's just sat there like that. What's going on here? What's everyone stressing out about? Give me my arm back. It's my drinking hand. You know? But then we can also look at a lot of very laid back, on the surface type people that deep down aren't doing so well. So I also don't judge a book immediately by its cover. And then once I've gotten to know that cover quite a bit, I won't take for granted that man or that woman is going to be permanently sort of on top and uplifted and completely and totally in control. You know, we all have breaking points, and I think that there's going to be a lot of people that are going to find out where their breaking point is over the next few years. But again, you know, if it weren't for people taking risks throughout our history, whatever bits of it are true, but this just is just logic to me, right? If everyone had just stood back and thought, right, hold on a minute, what will the consequences for me be if I get involved with that, or if I do this and do that or do that, all the right things, right? What will the consequences though? What will they be? You know, is it going to be highly problematic for me if I get involved? That is an attitude that we need to fuck off. But yeah, you are right, Michael. You're very, very laid back, mate. You're very, very fucking. I feel so fucking chilled around you, man. You know, every time I'm thinking, has he put like a mild form of roofie, or did he blow back a crack pipe, or what's he done to me? What's he fucking done to me? He's just so laid back, Michael. You know, and that's what I'm saying. If you take into account what you know, the amount of knowledge you've got about what's going on around the world, right? Yet you've still managed to maintain for the most part, because I don't know your entire life. I've got rough ideas, you know, but for the most part, you've managed to maintain a very, very laid back attitude. So for someone that knows the score and being laid back, it's going to pay dividends further down the line, because the world's going to be needing people like you. Me, I'll try, you know, be like, can everyone just fucking stop talking all at once? Whereas Michael will be, I've got an idea. I've got an idea. And everyone will be like, what is it? Whereas me, I just, you know, so your approach would be so much more peaceful and chilled out than mine to get someone's attention. But yeah, you're a very special man, Michael. You are. Talking about our rabbit hole. I love your username, by the way, mate. So I'm assuming that you've been down plenty of them. Talking about getting together, maybe you should start a festival and call it Rose Hippie Festival. Oh my god! But it's the pure logistics of it. But it's such a beautiful idea, and I really, 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 really love that rabbit hole. I love the idea of that, and I have thought about that. I thought about hiring a function room out somewhere, and then just trying to get to meet as many of our little tribe as possible. Just get, you know, just some of you, I'm telling you, I'll hug you so fucking hard, you'll need a chiropractor. And you'll be surrounded by literally like-minded people. Otherwise, we wouldn't be seeing the same faces in the live streams every time. You know, I know some people can't get it because they've got shit going on, or they're out tonight with the girls or the fella or blah blah blah. But I think we can conclude that very, very like-minded in one way or another, and also in a position where you might not necessarily agree with this, or I might not necessarily agree with that, but I think that the chemistry of people like us would be amazing in a room. Again, this and texting and calling someone, you know, that's 90% of that man or that woman you're just missing. Can't find my other lighter. This is so fucking dangerous. I aimed it in my hand. I didn't mean to. I just lost focus for a second, and I wasn't even pissed. You know, I'd not had a drink, nothing. And so you imagine this. It's a blowtorch. You know, so you put a normal lighter up against yourself. It's like, you know, that stung a bit. You get a blowtorch at close point blank range, but it's almost completely healed up now. So whenever you get a burn, don't just give it a minute and think, yeah, that's got it. They say 3 minutes. I say 5. Some would say 10. Because burns keep burning. But I do love that rabbit hole. Imagine that. It's given me some great ideas. Highlands, I mean. Yeah, you see it in the Highlands and in the Lake District. You've got freedom to wild camp, and I think as long as you're not a cunt, and I don't think any of us are, it's just they opened Wales up for wild camping, and people were turning up and just leaving an absolute rubbish tip behind. You know, whenever me, Michael, Paul, Alan, my mate Briggsy, College, Damien, whenever we've gone wild camping, we might have used a fireplace that's been used previously over and over and over and over again. But other than that, you wouldn't know we were there when we left. We don't leave anything behind. And that's how it should be. You should respect places of beauty. That's why you wanted to camp there in the first place. But yeah, the Highlands, yeah. I've gone up as far as the Lake District and camped up there, but I've never been to Scotland. But the Lake District is as wild and as mountainous as England gets, right? Snowdonia, really, in Wales is about as mountainous as it gets. The Highlands, fucking hell. You have a look at the Highlands on a topographic map, and it's incredible. It's an incredible place, and you've got all the locks and all of that, but then you've got to take into account the midges, because the midges are a cunt, aren't they, Michael? Strathpether is beautiful. Get people camping in the park out back. Oh, it's lovely, as long as they don't leave loads of shit everywhere and just respect the local neighborhood and just respect nature. Just pick up if you've had room in your bag to take it there, then you've got room to take it home, or at least put it in a bin, you know. But I've been to some amazing festivals, absolutely amazing, but they've all been small, you know. But I'm a big fan of traditions, especially of our 4 nations. But then I love traditions of Italy and Greece and various parts of Africa. The traditions. I think traditions need to be kept alive, because the traditions that you've built up generation to generation and times 10, times 20, times 30, they should be kept alive, because it's part of your unique identity. But yeah, Donna, email me, sweetheart, with some more information about that as well, because I wouldn't mind looking into that. Yeah, you know, the corrective text thing does my head in. You know, it doesn't. It used to get it right more often before than it does now. Autocorrect going mad here. It's all right, mate. No worries. Big love to everyone here. P.S. Find the others. Yeah, find the others. We've got to keep talking. We've got to keep talking, and that's when people will start to just appear in your life, and you just won't feel, you won't feel it a lot. I need to catch up. I need to catch up, and I keep bringing these pop-ups on the fucking screen, and it's doing my head in. I hate tech. I hate tech. You're welcome here in the Northeast Highlands. Hey, Donna, don't make an offer like that, sweetheart, because before you know it, I'm knocking on your door, right? So we go from knocking on your door, right, and you're going, Teddy. I'm like, you want a cup of tea? I'm like, yeah, all right then. Feet under your table, right, and I'm sharing your fucking bed. So just be careful. Be careful. Thank you, Donna. You be welcome. We love Northerners especially. Yeah. Well, I mean, we're Midlanders, but then to a Southerner, we're a Northerner. To someone from Newcastle looking at the Midlands, we're Southerners. You know, we're such a complex group of, you know, we're amazing. And we're amazing as a nation. We really are. We're so unique. Police are shit, but there's some who won't touch you asking as you. So why am I reading like a 4-year-old? Say I don't understand. I don't sign the paperwork. Yep, good. Know your rights. You've got to. I hope everyone starts to just maybe look a bit more into that. Do a bit of brushing up on that. You know, and knowing what your rights are. Now I've got some vultures, wolves coming to my door at some point. It's happening. You know. And I've not really put that much research into how to deal with them, what I need to ask for, and where all the little loopholes are. And I've not looked into any of it because I've got absolute faith in myself that I just won't fucking quit. I won't give in because it's not justified. None of it. None of it. Anyway, your go along and flow is good, brother. I do try. As long as we don't get any technical difficulties, we'll flow for, you know, hopefully another hour or so. It's when tech kicks in and starts messing things around, that does do my head in, you know. I won past week. Police let me go. You see, they are counting on intimidation. They're counting on it. Please. Have you realized? Do you realize you've got a brake lights out? No. Right. So why did I have to do all that shit? Because I'm an egotistical cunt in fancy dress. I hate the police. I can hate them. So good on you, Pickman. Digi's in. Hey up, Digi. Digi's in the house. Guys, make it a priority and get together. Time is short. That's a lovely thing to say, Digi, and I absolutely, totally agree with that. I've put so many things off. You know, I need to go camping with my brother and my sister as well because I love them both, but I hardly stay in touch with them. And there's absolutely no rhyme or reason as to why I don't. None. Because they're both solid. None of them have ever stabbed me in the back. They're both switched on. None of them are jabbed. You know, they're switched on, very switched on. So I should benefit from being around them, and they should benefit from maybe being around me. But I just don't stay in touch often enough, so I could do with sorting out a camp with them as well, because I do love them. But yeah, time is short. We need to make the most of the calm. Twig tossing, yeah. Like that. Whilst you've got blokes like fucking arms out there, right, with a skirt on, right, and probably nothing else, with a few birds stood around, you know, the barriers and stuff, waiting for a gust. It's like, let's see how fucking big he really is. Yeah, we know women think like that. And then along comes Terry. Out of respect, wearing a kilt, right? And then they're not paying attention to the wind gust going up underneath my fucking kilt until I throw the twig, and then the wind lifts up like a monstrous masculine tripod version of what happened to what's her name? The actress that stood over the grate that blew her dress up. Oh man, that fell apart. We do need to find more allies, or find where they are. We do, because they are out there. We're not on our own. I'm telling you, I guarantee it. It's just that there are a lot of people out there that are just coming around to even more of a fucking impact than we had, maybe, you know, and they're just trying to find the feet. Like, again, I'm referencing the Matrix film, a little bit like that, being unplugged, you know. Why do my eyes hurt? Because you've never really looked out of them before. That's metaphorical for you've never ever seen the world through the eyes that you're seeing them now that you've come around. Hurting your eyes because you've never used them before. Anyway, it's important to do not consent. Yeah, keep telling, just like, no, you're all right. No, you're all right. You're all right. You're all right. I would love to meet some years. You'd have a great time, Donna, you know, because you've gotten to know the way people word stuff and my response to them, and you've listened to me waffle for, you know, over half a decade. So, you know, I'm all right. So imagine us all being together. It would just be so lovely. You know, emphasis on the word love, or the love part. I play with fire, no wounds. I believe it can't mostly. It's program in psyche. It is, and they've become so advanced at that. So advanced. Right, let me just, fuck me, I'm so sorry. Right, okay. Yeah, right to roam, no rubbish or toilet paper and shit. Yeah, just common sense and respect. And you don't need to make a fire. There's, you know, and it's just about, it's common sense, Pickman, isn't it? It's unfortunately not everyone's got as much as you or a lot of the people that are in the chat here. You know, when we were arranging the first camp, it got complicated, but the added lodge accommodation for the women, but prepper meets happen all the time. I've never been on one. I'd love to. 9 ladies is amazing. Is that in Scotland? Because there's something similar in the Peak District in the White Peak. I'm going to need to look that up now. We're all together in. Yep, we'll do, Terry. Thank you, Donna. Much appreciated. Look me up on non-profit gatherings. Oh man, I don't know how to. Pickman, would you mind just emailing that to me, because I end up getting so not lost but so involved with the live streams that I haven't got a pen or I haven't got a piece of paper or anything for me to write that down. So if you could email that to me, I'd really appreciate that, mate. And I'll have a look. I'll have a look into that. Well, your banters. We'll email you. Thank you, Donna. Go for it. I'm very interested. And I've got a lot of respect for the Scots. You know, the Scots. You know, you start looking back through Scottish history, and you know the beginnings. You go back a couple of thousand years, right? They're fucking formidable. Formidable, whilst wearing skirts in the Highlands in British weather, winter. You know? Be like, Angus, what, Terry? Is your on your meat and 2 veg get a bit fucking chilly, mate? All I need to do is bring around my spurring, and my spurring stops the will factor on my meat and 2 veg. It stops it. It's part of it. It's one of the reasons why we've got the spurring. Don't worry about it, Terry. I feel nice and warm-ish. Now I'm looking at you, Terry, and I'm feeling quite concerned. Should I maybe call an ambulance, because you're lying in a corner in the middle of winter, in the middle of Scotland, shaking away like you've got some sort of fucking epilepsy problem going on there, you know? Whilst I've got all my winter coats on, my fucking cellar pets on, hiking boots, four fucking pairs of socks, 8 layers, 10 hats. And he's just stood there in a vest and a fucking kilt in a blizzard. Are you all right, Terry? That's the Scots. I hate tech too, but connection is larger. Yeah, you ain't English, bro. America is coming online. You will be buffer to accommodate the demand. We shall see. Didn't talk, didn't agree. Don't sign paperwork. Yep. At least know your basic rights, you know, but then always bear in mind that all these pigs have got massive egos. They've either got massive egos or they're insecure, and they're a fucking mess. Our police force is a joke. Marilyn Monroe, yeah. Fuck me. I'm so far behind. But yeah, you know, I might only throw. What if I walk over underneath one of those little geysers or a little blast of air? You know, it'd be like, you can't throw a taper. But I can see how we managed to stand up and this fucking gale force wind and not move around, because he's a fucking walking tripod, you know. So the twig never mattered. God. Oh my God. Right, let me get back into the land it live in. Yeah, I did try Pickman. It's not perfect, but hey, who knows? If there's a will. Yes, absolutely. I love that saying, Michael. Policing by consent, I don't understand. Yeah, so you're not standing under them. But most police officers, pigs, don't even know that. They get about 8 weeks of training, right? And the main bits that they're taught are the best ways, the most efficient ways of extracting more and more money from the working class people. That's it. Or Section 5. Section 5. They love that. Yeah, and hold on. Yeah, and birthday is a program to end you. Yeah. Again, the birthday it's an anniversary. It's not your birthday. It's an anniversary. I don't know if I misunderstood you there, brother. District, some guy got killed there recently, so I didn't know about that. You know, just down the road there, we've got what's been coined suicide lane. The amount of people that have committed suicide on that lane is very unusual, you know. There was one that I'll just tell you two because I need to catch the chat. There was one that piped from his exhaust into his car and he just, you know, passed away, probably peacefully, you know. But the other one, that was fucking rough. So it basically tied a rope around a tree, then went back to his car, got into his car, tied the rope around his neck, so it was perfect, and then floored his car. Just floored it. And it just ripped his head straight off. This is just down the road. Edale. Look it up. Look it up. I mean, you could say, what a beautiful place to die, though, Terry. I know, but head rips off. But then it's quick, you know. There wouldn't be any suffering. But then the head and the brain can stay alive for about 10 seconds or something. So, I don't know. Let's not do any of them. Fuck the chains. I like that. Give me an email. There we go, Pickman. All sorted. Your accent is good. It's fucking terrible, mate. I think I'm better. I'm all right with some accents. The thing is, I'll give it a go. That's what matters, you know. It's about giving it a go. It's like trying to say something to someone. Have a go on the karaoke, and they turn around and go, you know, and they're a bit nervous, they're a bit shy, they're around people that they're not familiar with, but someone has to move in there and make them feel comfortable and make them feel recognized. So you go, why don't you go up on that have a bit of a sing, and they turn around and no, I can't sing. I'm a terrible singer. And I'll just go, have you listened to the last 5? You can't be worse than them. And even if you are, I'll come up with you and we'll do a duet. And you just don't push it aggressively, right? Push it in a caring, friendly. Oh, fuck me. See, you know, I won't last 10 seconds in Scotland. We've got a fucking quilt round me in the middle of in the middle of summer. What the fuck? Yeah, slurring. I need to work on the slurring bit. Not saying that all saying that all Scottish people are alcoholics, but I do know that you like a drink. You love a drink. And we're not just talking about Iron Brew, you know, with Garders. We're talking about the fucking hard stuff, the whiskies, you know. Some of the greatest whiskies in the world have come from Scotland, you know. The origin of the word Scotch. He's hovering. Oh. We're getting more and more into that now as well, which is disturbing. The whole fucking pre-crime thing. And then in America, you've got all these flock cameras that are getting people arrested left, right, and centre through mistakes. But you've got to take into account that this is just them getting started, you know. But there are people taking flock camera systems down left, right, and centre right the way across the states, all of them. And there's a website called, I'm going to say, What the Flock. It's not called that. Oh my God, what's it called? Anyway, it's people that have joined this website. Have gone, yeah, this one gone just on this corner here as well. And then someone in the admin of the website will put another pin in that location so that it warns everyone where these flock cameras are. But there are people now going out there and ripping them down and taking them down. Like an American version of our Blade Runners, taking these stupid fucking cameras down in London, Greater London, soon to be in every city everywhere, you know. People just taking them down because they are unlawful. They're legal, but they're unlawful. Now, in order for anything to become legal, it has to initially, in some way, be lawful. And it's not lawful. It's illegal. It's legal. That's why they're doing it. But it's unlawful. So you shouldn't abide or pay for any fines that come out of these ULEZ camera captions, because it's unlawful. There's a few people online now that have gone like, yeah, this was from 2021. These are from 2022, right the way up to now. He's still living in his house, not had his car took away from him. It's just a lack of people with a little bit of lawful knowledge, you know, which would serve you well. Just learn a bit. Think about what the most the most common occurrences that you might have with the police, right? And then all you need to do is just look up your rights, and then look on Facebook pages that people have been. So they might not always be right, but it can give you a reference point. Learn a bit about your rights, even though your rights are inalienable, right? They are not inalienable to these bastards. Um, Love you, brother. Don't know how long I'm on earth, but keep on telling truth. Big hugs from Scottish Highlands. That's very kind, Pickman. And honestly, mate, if you were in this caravan with me now, I'd fucking crush you. You'd hear your little bones snapping. You know, you'd be thinking that's a permanent spinal injury right there. You know, and then we go from me being super affectionate and genuinely affectionate towards you to all of a sudden having to sell my house to appropriate care, physical care for the rest of your life. But yeah, much love, Pickman. I live 4 miles away from the Ord distillery. Wow. So you would probably get whiskey at mates rates and proper whiskey as well. I wonder at the place before it goes to a shop. If you can make a few quid there. Just saying. I went off whiskey when I was about, I don't know how old I was, but I was only just into double figures. And I drank half a pint of whiskey and I was in a fucking mess, in a right mess. You know, half a pint of whiskey when you've just turned double digits, that's a lot. That's a lot of alcohol. It was Christmas, you know, she'd bought loads and loads of stuff in. I could have gone for a snowball. No. So I was put off whiskey for about 25 years, something like that, until my cousin came back from Canada and brought back a bourbon. He said, just give it a go. I'm like, I can't. Just try it. And it was so smooth. But now, so now I don't mind whiskey again. You know, it's all right in moderation because it's still a dirty drink. Anything with colour is bad for us. I think that's one of those that would have tickled one or two of you, but not everyone. Hey, yeah, it's hot in the Highlands. Weirdly, it's summer, mate. It's summer. Drunk. Yeah, it's been really, really hot and sunny here. Just make the most of it. My dad went up to Scotland for the first time in his life, right? It was a pre-organized holiday thing, you know. It's like, right, we're going to go to Inverness, then we're going to go to Loch blah blah blah, Loch blah blah blah, and we're going to go to this place and then that place and that place and that place, and then we're going to fuck off back down, right? And I said, Dad, look, you're a sun worshipper, like your son, ironically, right? Scotland's not, you know, and he did loads of research, and I did a bit of research as well to try and combat the whole potential midgie situation, which can be horrific in Scotland. It's famous for it. So he looked into the right stuff for that as well. But I did say, look, Dad, don't expect it to be all glorified, you know, glorious sunshine all the time and like warm breezes and just, oh, isn't it a lovely day? Scotland's not like that, you know. So just here, right, this is behind me is the highest point in the entire Peak District. So including the White Peak and the Dark Peak. So in Edale, it can be, you can look at a weather map of England and it will just be suns all over, and then the temperatures underneath all over each region, right? But if you were teleport here of clouds that look quite angry up there because it draws the moisture in. So if a tiny bit of Middle England, if you like, can have that effect by drawing moisture in. The Lake Districts, the Lake District's called the Lake District for a reason, because it's always fucking pissing it down. That's why there's so many lakes and waterfalls and rivers, and just stunning, because the moisture's drawn in, because there are quite a few, you know, in comparison to a few other places in the world. They're not, you know, live or die type mountains to climb, but they, you know, they're high enough. So the Lake District is the nearest we've got to the Highlands of Scotland. So the Highlands of Scotland are going to be drawing a shitload of moisture in from the Atlantic, you know? So I said to him, don't expect it. And so it nished straight off. The first text I got from him was like, it's shit. It's non-stop fucking rain, you know? I said, Dad, enjoy it. Enjoy it. You're in Scotland. You're in Scotland. And every single text from after that, it was loads of photos and loads of selfies, and, you know, he's 76. So he was absolutely loving it out there. He was loving it out there. Whenever I picture Scotland or the Highlands of Scotland, I never, ever, ever think of blue skies and sunshine. I think of dramatic skies. You know, I love a country I've never been to. Hello, Al Patterson. I bet you've gone now. I'm so far behind. I think I don't know if I am or not. There's no timestamp next to each comment. Nothing. You were on a permanent holiday recently. Long. It is. I did think about that on the way here. Because I only went home on Monday. You know. So this is the most frequent I've been to this caravan in about 6 years. It was about 6 years ago when I did two consecutive, or me and Sal did two consecutive visits here. So, yeah, and I do love it. I love it. But I am going to have to give her up. But Reese has got a static home in Wales. So that was what I meant by one door closing, another one opening up. But he won't be able to go and stay in that static caravan between October and April, you know, whereas the same rules apply to this caravan here, but they've never, ever, ever said you can't be here, you know, never. So I come here all winter, over winter as well. Anyway, still in shorts and a t-shirt in Southwest Midlands. Yes, that's because you soak up all the heat and hold it, you know, whereas here it goes into the ground and then just dissipates again. You know, nature is the perfect regulator. It really is. So it is quite cool here. I wish I had a thermometer. We didn't agree to it. Yeah, we did. Iran gong and let them. Summit come in. I've love you, brother. Back at you. You're a warrior, man. We all are. Think about what you've had to endure, and you're still here standing and still able to have a crack, still able to have a bit of a giggle, you know, after everything that's happened. You're all warriors. You are. Not not all, you know, superheroes wear capes, you know. Some wear kilts. Some wear a quilt in the middle of summer. But that's very kind of you, Pigman. Agree something going to happen soon. They think they trying to sort out sort CW. Start CW. Now I feel thick. I'm thinking she's put that because it's simple. You should know this, Terry. Why don't you? That's where I'm at. But yeah, I think they're trying to push quite a few agendas actually, all at once, and seeing which ones kind of have the best landing, you know, because the Ebola thing's not working out very well. The potential world devastating pandemic that could have come from that fucking cruise ship with that disease of whatever it was, because it's already completely lost my mind because it's so fucking irrelevant now. You know, they're going to keep prodding and pushing you to find out what it is that gets society to fold, whilst still allowing copious amounts of third worlders into our country and other countries. America's having the same. But yeah, I do think that there is going to be the false flag or black swan event of all. It's got to be something utterly unbelievable, but believable at the same time. Because the world's starting to look into what happened on October the 7th, which gave Israel the opportunity to go in and go full on fucking war with the rest of Gaza, to destroy Gaza. That's a test bed for lots of other little programs in Gaza. Where was I? Yeah, so they're going to try a lot of different approaches, because I think they know that they are sort of losing their grip a little bit, and they need to maintain control at all costs. So how big whatever is coming is going to be is anyone's guess, and I don't think anyone really knows what it's going to be, but it's definitely going to come. And I don't think it'll just be one either. I think it'll be a sequence of events to keep people spinning. And when people get desperate enough, that's it. They do what they always do. We've got a solution. Big things coming. Be prepared as possible. Yep, absolutely. It's the prepper way. It's who we are. Always think outside the box. Electric shortages and possibly water shortages. Yep, the whole warfare on water that's been going on for a long time is a potential problem, massive fucking problem, you know. But always purify your water, always, and try and have something in place just to take the edge off being in a blackout. You know, I've not been in an extended one. Midges love water, stay away. West is worse. Scotland, Highlands. I think but isn't it just at certain times of the year? I need to do more research into that. Yep, damp, woody midge patches. I do apologize, Donna. I'm an innuendo guy, and it just jumped into my head, and I do apologize, but I do feel like I need to explain it as well, which is going to make things even worse for me, right? When you put yip, damp, woody midge patches, I've pictured you looking at your crotch area. How bizarre is that? You see, this is British humour that's been abolished. You know, people could have got away with saying stuff like that on stage and been funny as fuck. That's another point that I just like to quickly make out, right? And again, this isn't a racist thing. It's an observational thing that I would like you to maybe consider thinking about, right? So if you think of any prominent black stand-up comedian, right? Think of any, right? Past or present, doesn't matter. So some of you will be thinking about, is it Sherelle? Might be thinking of Richard Pryor. He did some stand-up as well. There are a few. Eddie Murphy, he did stand-up, right? If you go up to any pretty much any black comedian, right, and turn around to them and say, right, none of your material is allowed to be about race. So nothing about talking about black people, nothing about talking about white people, yellow people, maroon people, whatever, right? That would be between 70 and 85% of their material gone to the floor, leaving them with a set of about 5 minutes. And please give me one example of one black comedian that doesn't apply to, right? Then, or just white, regular white comedians out there say a fucking thing about race. The Burning Bannings and all that, Burning Bannings have gone. So they don't talk about race, not really. So all of their material is pretty much non-race related. It's about life. It's about just funny shit, you know. So I find that interesting that probably 95%, maybe even higher, right, of white comedians would never speak about anything to do with race. There's no need. Whereas the same percentage of black comedians, you know, it's all about black people be like, you know, white people be like, and on top of the fact that they say the word nigger over and over and over and over and over again in their sets, whilst complaining about anyone else using that word. Just saying. Oh, I need to pick this up. I do apologize. I wanted to just get that off my fucking chest. Rainforests abound, Scotland Highlands. Yep, and they are. Exactly. Yeah. That's why it's so green and lush. But it's the mountains. They're all drawing that moisture in from the oceans, you know, especially the Highlands, because, you know, a lot of the Midlands and some of the North to some degree. And bits of Wales, you know, are kind of a sort of a little bit protected because of Ireland being in the way of the Atlantic, you know, whereas the Highlands, it's so exposed. Yet there were a very, very strong, powerful race of people that thrived in those Highlands from various clans, you know, and they still exist today. They just need to wake up. Cat Williams. Right. Yes, Donna. And I'm so fucking glad that you mentioned him, right? Cat Williams, how many of his comedy stand-up sets have you actually seen? Just out of curiosity. Because just for the record, I really do like him because he's not just a comedian. He's a really fucking smart guy with a very, very open mind, very critically thinking mind. You know, he's only like 5 foot fuck all. He's a tiny little man with a bit, you know, I think we all assume that if someone's like 6'6" high and 5 foot wide, they can talk like something like this, you know, quite deep. I can't do it because it's not me, right? So you would picture a 5'5" black man to have quite a high pitched voice, and he has, and that adds to the comedic value. He's a very, very, very intelligent, very, very clever man, and a good comedian. He's got the timing right. He's got everything right. But there's always race mixed in there. Always. They can't resist it. And it's such a fucking shame. Oh my God. Right, yeah. Okay. Did I not answer his clue? Right. I think, oh my God, I think I missed a little bit. I do apologize, guys. It's fucking pop-ups. They messing with farmer to control food. We need to stop bridging that gap between us and the farmers, you know. Yeah, looked into that. Did you? So much has been hidden from us. What have I missed? Oh, I did miss a chunk. And this is meant to be a touch screen. I think it just means basically punch screen. Just punch the screen. Look up magnetic reversal. The knowledge is hidden for a reason. I need to look into that more as well. And do you know what, Donna? I do think that some form of civil war is inevitable. But then what we need to be thinking about is, right, we know that is exactly what they want. And then, but we know that's exactly what they want. But what's their plan to deal with it? So you've got loads of people online, you know, across all platforms saying that there'll be, you know, some sort of lockdown, you know, where you've got soldiers on the street, a little bit like the Troubles in Northern Ireland, a bit like that. Now, I'm telling you now, our soldiers would never, ever do that to us. 100%. I would write up a contract. I would, to say, you can have my fucking house if I'm wrong. I would. So that being the case, how are they going to pull it off? How would they pull something like that off? where we've got some sort of National Guard thing going on, curfews going on, you know, to prevent but we'd have to step into civil war in order for that to happen. Well, personally, I don't think it would have anything to do. I mean, they are recruiting some of these third worlders, and it's so fucking cringy to watch because they've got an IQ of about 45, 50. And that's not me being racist. These are facts. So they are, and in Ireland, they can recruit third worlders into the police force. But now they're doing it over here, at least in the Met. So the Metropolitan Police have got a different system to us. In fact, the Metropolitan Police they're pretty much specifically designed to protect the city of London. So again, we've got two different types of police force in one country. So I can't help but keep reverting back to trying to figure out how they could control an entire angry nation. So if it was to include the boat people, that combined, taking all of their countries and all of their IQs into account, their countries of origin, would have an average IQ of about 70. So with that in mind, the average IQ of an Englishman or a Scotsman or woman, don't want no trouble, is between sort of 95 and 110. So brains always beat brawn, especially if you've got both. So don't worry about these third worlders coming around in blue helmets in UN trucks around our streets patrolling us with live weapons. They can be dealt with, no problem. I say no problem, it'll be challenging, but it's completely doable. It is. So I'm thinking that is definitely not the most practical way for them to be able to take complete and total control of us and have an excuse for it. And I keep reverting back over and over and over again to these towers. There's, again, all life on Earth operates in frequency and vibration. This is a scientific fact. So if they've managed to learn to manipulate certain vibrations and put them across as sounds or just vibrations, just electromagnetic frequencies through these towers, and then you take into account how many people that got jabbed with stuff that's going to be interacting with that, it could, and despite proteins getting into people's heads, it could manipulate them into doing all sorts of mad shit, or being completely and utterly docile. We just don't know. But if anyone can think of a practical way where our government could find a way to impose martial law on their own people with our army that are like us. The police, yeah, fuck me. But our army is different. Our army is different to any other army in the world. And yeah, it has been fucked about with. Of course it has. Anyway. We're looking at war one way or another, but how brutal or how passive it is going to be down to people like you trying to be that voice of reason. It's like, before you do that, just hear me out. Yeah, I looked into that. Did you eat so much has been hidden from us? Yeah. I'd love to have a little bit of a smooch around underneath the Vatican. The Vatican is just, anyway. They're messing with farmer to control food. Yes, they are. The mud floods were an eye-opener, and the architecture from yesteryear that couldn't possibly have been built when they tell us it was, mind-blowing. Yep. And then you start looking at the orphan trains and the fact that there was an insane asylum on each corner of each town, of each city, of each country in Europe. Could that have been for people like you? I'm not saying you're all fucking lunatics. You get the idea. People that don't agree with the current narrative. The architecture, yeah. Will declare water bankruptcy in the next 8 to 12 months. Controlled demolition before the global event they know is coming. Sustainable goals are nothing more than a banker's retreat. I totally agree. Such an intelligent comment there, Digi, and spot on. I think most of us would agree with that. Yeah, loves me some innuendos, Michael. I am quite far behind. I do apologise, guys. Let me just try and catch up. Yet another humanity reset on the horizon. A follow-on from World War One, World War Two to reset the norms of society. Yeah, but things are different this time. Very, which is why they've put so much fucking effort in. Very, very different. The big yin Billy Connolly always took the piss out of his own kind first, as does Kevin Bridges. Yeah. I'm more of a fan of Billy because I'm old school. He was very, very, very natural. Well, Kevin Bridges is all right. He's all right. He's all right. It can be quite funny, and but sometimes I think he knows he has to rein it in a little bit, because if he didn't, people wouldn't be able to understand a fucking word he's saying. We'd need subtitles. That's another advantage that the Scottish has got over the Brits. No matter where you go in Scotland, right, to the deepest, darkest, most fucking depressing council estate in the whole of Great Britain, right, where people have had a bit of speed, bit of whatever else, right? Again, not having a go at Scotland. This happens all over. Great Britain, Europe, America, the lot. I'm just saying, right? To the point where, because I've been in a situation like this in a cell with a Glaswegian, and I ended up giving him some, for another day, right? So they could be talking at full speed, blah, 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 and you wouldn't have a fucking clue what they were saying to you. Proper strong Glaswegian accent, right? You won't have a clue. Yet when you speak back to them, they understand every single word you're saying. Every word. What the fuck's that all about? Anyway, but yeah, it's still some lovely examples there of some great Scottish comedians. Donna, thank you. Only a few, but I liked his banter and clear. See, Donna, you gotta have a chuckle. Have a chuckle, right? The fact that you got it on your, what was that, your third attempt? It's brilliant. Keep going. Keep fucking going till you get it right. Cleverness, yeah, very, very smart. Both of them are Scottish, not British. No offense. No offense taken, mate. Westminster is fucking union, which is not. Yeah, to go. It needs to go. The system needs to be removed, and we have a right to do that under our own constitution, let alone our anger. Just need more people to put both of those two things together. Martial law. Yeah, how are they going to pull it off? How would they pull that off? They want us to go to war with Islam and against the cockroaches. How are they going to pull martial law off? You know. But then everything is being so. Everything's being watched. Everyone is being watched, and AI is recording everything, picking up on trigger words, trigger sentences, stuff like that, slotting you into a little pile, you know, digital pile. So to some degree, they would quite possibly be able to predict whether or not the people were going to kick off or not. I do not recognize British English law. Pickman. Neither do I. The reset is dependent on old paradigms, colour, religions, and resources. Here we are. We have all the knowledge of a super intelligence, and yet we wait for our own ending. Go camping. Oh, mate, I fucking love that. I love that. I love depth. You know, I do struggle with yeah. We people that belongs to the island will win. Yeah, we will. And I tell you what, the Scottish are so close. I think the Scottish are more closely related to the Irish and the Welsh than they are to us, because of that Gaelic connection, right? Which is another language. And the fact that the Scottish were one of the few civilizations on Earth when the Romans were populating a massive chunk of the world. the Scots were the only ones that could pretty much successfully, most of the time, just fuck with their heads and fuck them up, because it was sneaky. You know, it takes a cunning mind. Never underestimate the Scottish, but don't underestimate the British either. I just think we've got a longer fuse, and I know that sounds like a pathetic excuse because we haven't started kicking off yet. But again, you know, it's like we need to be kicking off, and at least I'm being very, very open and not self-censoring and speaking out about this shit live. You know, I might not be fighting in the streets or burning houses down, but I am still putting my head above the parapet to do this and be honest and tell the truth. We've all got to do our bit. We have. We can never look at the man to the left of you and think he's got me, and the man to the other side go, he's got me. I'm all right. I don't need to do anything. It will lead to lifelong regrets, in my opinion. Where was I? Yeah. How many people that belongs to the island will win? I agree. We do have to fight. Good point, Terry. Yep, thinking we have to stand up and fight or mass no compliance. There are only choices, Donna. That's it. So the worst one is battle, because we'll lose a loved one. Let me just go for a slash and a top up. The worst one is battle. For all the obvious reasons. But the easy one, the non-compliance one, is not only the easiest, but it's the most practical, common sense. No one gets harmed. It's a middle finger to your government. You've made your point without doing anything or saying much. And then we eventually sort of kind of build our strengths up and take our parliament back. But I do think that the passive aggressive approach is, and I have said this before, is the best option on the table. By just saying no and meaning it. Well, then not everyone's been paying attention for the last 5, 6, 10, 20, 30, 40, 50 years. Especially the last 5, 6 years. There are so many people out there that aren't in a position where they can stand alone. And by that I mean they've not prepared, they've not thought ahead. So they'll be in a position where, well, look, if you don't do as you're told, you won't be able to buy any food. If you don't do as you're told, you won't be able to do this. If you don't do as you're told. 1984 is knocking on our door. I think the biggest question is, where is your line in the sand? And if you found that line, because I know mine, how far are you prepared to go? Because essentially that's what it all boils down to. You know, it can't be all that. And again, this isn't just me. It isn't just you. You know, it's the kids. It's bigger than any of us. I know, paying taxes, but again, I did say earlier on, Digi, that we shouldn't be paying council tax. It's unlawful. We shouldn't be paying income tax. It's unlawful. Anyway, it's mad. Oh, it was you, Michael. Sorry, mate. Sorry. The protein was a test. Altered DNA introduced synthetic and connectivity biology. Yeah, nano. Not that cancer nuclear medicine didn't gain market share as a multi-billion industry, maybe even trillion. Desperate people. Learn nature detox. I'm on a journey with that, Digi. And the more I learn and the more I read, even though I don't read much because I don't like reading, but I've got to admit, you know, every now and then it gets to me, because I think if I knew, say 5.5 years ago, about potential cures for cancer, then I would probably still have my wife with me, you know. So why didn't I put all that effort into trying to find that out at the time? And I thought about that, and it's because I was in a whirlwind. I was in a fucking hurricane. You know, you can't. It's difficult to think straight when you're in a situation like that. But now I feel like it doesn't matter what hurricanes life throws at me, I'll think with some degree of clarity whilst being in the middle of that now, because I've been in the middle of it. Anyway, but yeah, nature's got the answers. Send images down to Westminster. Oh, can you imagine that? Fucking hell. And the ticks and some hornets. Oh my God, there's a fucking list that I could, you know, just pile them in, lock the door, you know, and just wait for the screams, you know. Yes, but Terry, that's just terribly cruel. Surely we should punish them in other ways. What, pay for their keep in a jail cell for the rest of their life? When they're responsible for the death of potentially hundreds of thousands of people? Nah. Let them fucking hang or whatever. You know, whatever. That's a good word, that, you know, without incriminating yourself. Send them ones from the damp, woody midge. That's one thing that I do remember. We need to go camping, Michael. But yeah, you've got a good memory. You have, and an excellent sense of humour. You really have. Very dry, you know. And the funniest people I've ever met in my life have been dry. It takes some doing to pull off a dry sense of humour, where you can say something to someone that's a joke with a completely fucking straight face, and then they're just looking at you thinking, is this? And then there's just a little smile, and then they'll crack up. You're a very unique individual, Michael. Well, then we all are. We all are. You know, we've got to stop comparing ourselves to anyone else, because no one else matters. Whilst mattering at the same time, because everyone matters. Again, it's trying to find that balance. It's so fucking hard. So go have your people's camp, stick the phones on a sock and a biscuit tin. Go be free. It's addictive, lol. We know it's addictive. Just ignore them. Apparently, we live in an attention economy, so no hassle fight. Yes, a no hassle fight. And it's doable. But the thing is, I won't allow a cop to touch me because I fucking hate them so much. And hate is unhealthy. It's unhealthy. It's not good for you. So just because I hate doesn't mean you should. It'll make your life harder. It will. I see what they're all about. I know what they're all about. So I won't tolerate, you know, a representative of a corporation that I fucking hate talking down to me, threatening me, or putting their hands on me. So I can't go out. I can't, as in, I can't go to marches. I can't go to protests because I hate them so much that I'll feel like I need to bait them. And it doesn't take much. So we've got a pointless police force. I think we can all agree with that. Pretty pointless. All the you know, I've seen new recruits that have just gone out on the beat for the first time. Look like they fell out of fucking primary school. You know, 5'5", and clearly whilst being taunted as you just left school, you just left just completely uncomfortable. So he's clearly new to the job. And that's one of the problems, is that the type of people that this government are employing as police officers is just deplorable. They're either not strong and therefore pointless because they're not going to do much of a job, are they really? You know? Oh, no, I don't know. No, let me stand at the back. Down to your retarded ex-bully victims that never got over it and want to adorn that uniform and take it out on the rest of the fucking world and the public. Then you've got your roidheads, you know. Even if they're not roidheads, I still classify them in the same sort of ballpark as egotistical cunts. Same thing. It's like, yeah, I got back from the gym. Oh, I was looking forward to this date. So how are you doing? You know, like, yeah, it's all right. What do you do for a living again? Yeah, I'm a cop. Yeah. I know. Hey, calm down. Waiter. Mop. That's your roidhead cop. At least when I was a kid, I had a little bit of respect for cops. You know, at the age of, I don't know, I must have been fucking very, 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 very young to have lived in this particular place in single digits. And me, there was a blizzard going on. And me and a lad that lived on the same street as me, there was two police officers, right? One had a tit, the other one had a turban. It's Radford, you know, it's very multicultural. Now I knew I wasn't going to knock a turban off. They're on there fucking good. They're on there good. But a tit was doable. And I knocked that tit off. Now, at that age, you think, you know better. I can outrun this fucker. Whereas, like, every 4 steps or 5 steps of mine running equal to 2 of his. And there was people that had cleared the path, because it was heavy snow. They cleared the path and cleared some of the pavement and stuff. And there was this massive pile of snow, about, I don't know, 3 or 4 foot deep, maybe 5 foot deep. I don't remember. I remember it as 5 foot deep, but I was little, so it probably wasn't. And he just literally picked me up by my waist, flipped me around like I was some sort of fucking nunchuck, right? So that I was face down, right? I couldn't breathe. I was so claustrophobic. But these were bobbies on the beat in Radford. So back then, that would have been equivalent to being a bobby on the beat in Croydon. Again, Croydon. I spent 5 days a week there for about 6 months in a place called Penge. Look it up. Rough as fuck. But anyway, so the point I'm trying to make is that they're recruiting a different breed of cops now. None of them are ex-military. They're all morons, all of them, and none of them give a fuck about you. It's all about extracting cash, and it's all about asserting power. Last weekend, I started talking about this the Italian American mafia, right? And I ended up kind of, I was a bit more stressed out last weekend. And I was saying that I've got a couple of, I was about to talk about the Italian mafia, right? Because it always amazed me how they managed to sort of like formulate this almost parallel society. We need to bring back community, and I think it's not a bad idea to just get out into your community and just maybe have a few chats with a few people. Go prepared with what it is that you might think might appeal to them, an icebreaker or whatever. Because it all adds up and it all helps. I've done it. I wasn't very comfortable with that, but I've done it. And I'm quite likely to do it again in a different area. And again, it doesn't matter whether they believe you or not. Some will. We don't know who they are. I don't have a massive A on my head for awakened. I'm still waking up. We all are. So to see me walking down the street, you wouldn't know whether or not I was like this. You wouldn't have a clue. We need to keep talking. We've got to keep talking. It's important that we keep talking, especially to our neighborhood. Maybe start off with somewhere where people generally don't recognize you, whilst paying attention to the people that live on your street and trying to figure out which ones you can turn into allies and which ones you can't. But either way, get to know them. Again, I don't think that there are that many people out there that truly understand the gravity of what we're facing here. See that and a fag, it's like a sledgehammer, nail tack, overkill. In Sadiq's Khan, that wouldn't be a case, He died a horrible way. It was horrible. They just kept on doing it and over. It was just, oh God, they just wouldn't stop. That's not overkill. That's justice. 2 to 3 hours offline, confusion, the algorithm. Imagine 36 hours. Did you, the thought of a proper blackout for 36 hours of the internet, electricity, any form of communication, everything gone for 36 hours. That will bring me into my own. I think there would be some people that would think, be careful what you wish for. I am wishing for that. I need England to wake up Terry, your data is way more powerful than anything you do outside of web. Go camping log. We will, mate. We will. We'll sort something out over this weekend, Michael, if you're up for it. I know Paul is good to go anytime. You know, like, we're going camping, right? Okay, in the van, he's with us. Alan, I don't know, but yeah, let's make the most of the now, because the now is the most important. It looks like a complete digital drop off for me if they push the digital ID through. I know, but you see, I don't know if I said earlier on, there were petitions that went around that had millions of signatures, millions, and we've seen how pathetic they are and how pointless they are. All it is it's just a data harvesting exercise. That's all that is. But this particular petition was for say no to the digital ID card. So I'm thinking that was set up by some fucking retard with good sales skills and a batshit bonkers pitch. Because to anyone with a brain, we know that it's got nothing to do with the fucking card. It's a system. One login. That's the system. One login. Now, if you look over at China, which is the original model of at least the early stages of what's to come, then China's version of one login is WeChat. So one login in the UK will be your driver's license, your medical records, your criminal record, your bank account. It'll all go under one login, and then you start looking at who's behind the whole one login thing and the system that's in place that's powering it all. You know, it's Palin with a tear. You can't beat the smell of nasal hair at 10 to 1 in the morning. You can't. That's my version of, but less cool. I love the smell of napalm in the morning. You start looking at all of these wars as well and what triggered them all. You know, all those false flags, all of those unnecessary losses of life. And then you've got this orchestrated, pathetic attempt at trying to fool people like you that England needs to go to war with Russia and China. We need to get ready. So they start just tickling the ivories a little bit on the piano of bullshit about subscription, you know. It's gone. So placing the word mandatory So you've got to sign up if you're under a certain age. Which, if you look at, I don't know if anyone's followed what's been happening in Ukraine to any depth at all, from when it started right up to date. They've had all manner of people that were there against their will on the front line, but that can't happen in England. So if they try to get your kids signed up, it's not going to work. And it'll work even less, a lot quicker, if you start talking to your neighbours. But yeah, not a lot of people are prepared to fight against the digital system, ID system, right? Very few are going to have food set aside. Very few are going to be physically fit and put the fucking effort in. Very few are actually completely and totally oblivious to what's going on around them, other than their family life, which is important, and the gym or the telly. That's it. Just this round and round and round and getting nowhere. Not interested because it's in a bubble. That bubble is going to burst. Ignorance is temporary bliss. It's temporary. The ignorance part of it, all you're doing is allowing the build up of the pressure to get to the point where it's so fucking immense, it's going to hit you anyway, but 50 times harder, unless you wake the fuck up. So conscriptions, sorry, con. Oh, the irony. So I can't see them trying to pull off involuntary conscriptions in this country, because more and more people are getting switched on. More people out there are switched on than ever. But again, they're still being duped by these fake fucking parties, looking at other people to save them when they need to be looking at saving themselves. I know I've said this so many times, but it's the truth. Just you. Forget about your kids. Forget about anyone or anything. Focus on you. And just by default, and I know I've said this before, by default, you'll be strong for them. And that's what matters. So it's not selfishness, it's self-full, And so many kids are bringing up pussy kids. We're from a generation where we fucked off. We just fucked off on Saturday morning, especially during summer. Come back in the afternoon or early evening before the street lights went on. With what's for dinner or whatever. But whilst we were out there, we were doing stuff that had risks, but we were assessing them. We were using our fucking brains, assessing those risks and thinking, yeah, it's worth a go. And if one of you ends up with a broken arm, then you're either going to go one of two ways. You'll either see that as a deterrent from trying that shit again, or I bet I can do it without breaking my fucking arm. That was our generation. We're the last line of sanity moving forward for nations that have come after us. I'm telling you. So, you know, whether you can set up a little group on Facebook if you use Facebook. I don't use Facebook. Or maybe activate your channel. Just chat. Ease yourself into it. I was always very uncomfortable. I still get uncomfortable doing this. You know, I think that's why I probably drink when I'm doing live streams, because it just makes me feel a bit more relaxed, because I'm a loner. I'm not. But then you stick me in a room full of people that I don't know, and I overcompensate, but it works. I overcompensate in such a way that it works so well that people have got no idea that I feel so uncomfortable. Anyway, your online existence will become your vote. It will be a lie. Why already happening to it will become a headline. Odd conformity. Question: Will you send your child to die for bankers? There's such a lack of uptake or uptick of people signing up for the armed forces in every single Western country now. Everyone. So you perhaps need to just consider why that's the case. You know? Oh man, hold on. No digital ID for me either. Been here listening, been watching Starship launch as well. You see the Starship launch. I'm sort of 50-50 on that, right? So 50% of me is thinking bread and circus, right? You know, wow, what a marvel. And then there's 50% of me that's thinking, what are they fucking putting up there that's weaponized against us? The Great Emu War in Australia. The emus won. Yeah, they did. Yes. I think that a massive part of winning a fight is heart. Because that's where courage comes from. I think as long as you've got courage and determination, you've got heart, but you've got to be a good man or a good woman as well. You know, again, it sounds a little bit contradictory. You know, being a good man or a good woman that's prepared to slaughter. For self-preservation of yourself in your country. Mad world. But yeah, even so, the emu war, again, look at the film Zulu, right? This was based on facts, you know, very well documented. It's very, very difficult. It's getting more and more difficult now to believe fact from fiction because they are literally parallel to the time we're experiencing now, altering history through information. They're doing that right now for future generations to be brainwashed the way that a lot of people our age were brainwashed, and before them, your grandparents as well. But yeah, I think there's a lot more people questioning. You see, ordinary, you know, if say 30 years ago, right, if someone turned around to me and said, "Would you fight for your country?" In fact, when my mum died, the week later, I went to Derby, Army Careers Office, right? Bearing in mind, my mum, this is relevant, right? Bearing in mind, my mum was a complete cunt to me from birth to leaving home, right? But when she died, and when I first saw her all being connected up, I'm not going off track, all connected up to all of making everything work for her because she was fucked. My knees gave way when I first saw that, you know? So there's still a connection there. I need to know where I was going with that. Right. So it's about connection. Now, native people of their land that were by what white people, European people would consider to be quite primitive, you know, but they were very, very, very in touch with nature and their land. And we need to get that connection back in our lands so that we fight like the emus, like the Zulus, you know, against the overwhelming odds, that we fight and fight and fight and fight and fight and never give up, and encourage other people to fight. Make sure that they know that they know the reason behind the fight. You see, all of these bankers' wars, it's all, and even now, this is all about making money. You know, weaponry is a very, very lucrative industry, and they're getting to try out their new shit in the real world. You know, they're like fucking kids with toys. And these people are running our governments. Kids with toys. The type of men that you could put in a room, fully grown man, put in a room with a 13-year-old council estate scouse lad, right? And that 13-year-old would fucking destroy him. These people are completely out of touch with reality, because the true reality of life as a human only exists within the working class, and the some elements of the middle class that started out as working class, some There's no need for billionaires. We don't need billionaires. There's no need for billionaires on this planet. Millionaires, well done, lad. You know, if you started off from this, well done. You know, as long as you weren't a cunt in the process. Oh, I feel like I'm waffling on now. But I think I just want to push the whole principle thing. You know, if you think you've got principles, then go to your grave with them. Otherwise, they don't mean anything. It's an incredible time. It is. It really, really is. Don't take your. Again, remember that there is some fucked up, bizarre version of privilege to see potentially the biggest societal change in recorded human history. And we're right. We've got front seats. Watch all of this unfold. You know? And I don't think I over-egged it either, because it's the truth. But one of the main differences I believe now is that the 99% really is the 99%, but the 99% needs to grow into the 99%. So that everyone's, or at least more people, can see what the crack is, see where the damage is coming from, see where the fakery is, you know, and then with a level head, get our country back. But it is a challenge. But whenever my faith in humanity, right, starts to go subterranean, I'll go out with the girls on a little walk, and there'll be a group of, like, I don't know, 3, 4 lads about my height, my build, young, 16, 17, 18, with a few girls and that. And I always walk with purpose, always. So, but not pompous, not egotistical, just confidence. And not that that's even relevant, really, for this scenario. Not really. And just dogs are great icebreakers for conversation, you know. And before you know it, you've had an half an hour conversation with kids that really could possibly be my grandkids. And they found me relatable, and I've found them relatable, and I've expanded on this, and they've expanded on that, and I've thought, fucking hell, you know. And it's just gone back to faith in humanity, that this generation is talking like that and mentioning things that I don't hear most adults talk about that matter, you know. So don't give up on every generation, because every single generation has given birth to people like you. bear with me. I've just pissed out about 3 litres, which I thought was impossible. Yeah, there was there's this YouTube channel, right, that I'm quite addicted to at the moment, and but anyway, as a side shoot, most of the scammers that scam Westerners, right, are from most of them are from India, right? So this guy told a joke and he said, right, and I've got to try and get this right. So the Indian guy is talking to Einstein, right? He says, I'll ask you a question, and if you don't know it, you give $500. And this goes, all right. But based on if I can't answer your question, I give you $5. So the Einstein and the ego turns around and says, okay, what's your question? And the Indian guy, who is set to lose five, you know, and the Einstein guy is set to lose 500. So the Einstein guy goes, okay, what's your question? And he says, what can go uphill on 3 legs and then come downhill on 1 leg? So Einstein turns around and says, I haven't got a clue. I haven't got a clue. What goes up a hill on 3 legs and comes down on 4 legs? And the Indian guy gives him $5. I tell you what, it took me about probably about 3 or 4 minutes to get that. So rewind it and listen to it again. And that's a proper Indian scammer. They are so fucking clever. Indian people haven't necessarily got a low IQ. They're just fucking crafty. But listen to that back. You know, it's very, very clever. Where are we? Right, we'll shut down at half 1 because I've got to get this phone repaired. And it's the only way that I've got an alarm clock. I don't think laptops have alarm clocks on them, and I'm certainly not in the mood for trying to fucking figure out if it has or not. Right. Stay calm and go camping. That needs to go on a t-shirt or a mug, Michael. Wait until they are hungry. All wars grow out of the need for resources. We're looking at desperate times, you know. But even back then, I said that it's going to get unbelievably rough, like horrifically rough, before it gets better. But people listen to words. They don't. Sometimes people don't understand the severity of what you're saying. They don't. So people generally creative people, they think about things practically and deep and with depth, and that creates a half decent, if not a good, critical mind, and that's what's missing at the moment. I mean, I started prepping in this caravan before anyone said anything about COVID, and I had no idea why I was. In fact, well, then again, you could be saying you could have wrote that on. You could have wrote that on tonight. I don't do a fucking script. Yeah, this was the earliest. So I've got two under here, and the other one was from 2020. And it was so crudely done as well. I needed to make sure this was. Nothing happened in June 2019. Nothing. So why the fuck did I start doing that? It doesn't make any sense, because believe it or not, I'm quite a rational guy, a logical guy, and I never even questioned it. But there are so many people out there that are in prime position to fall into this digital slavery trap, because they've not come up with any other thought processes, just going along with it like they did in 2019 to 2020 and 21 and 22 in particular. So this is why it's important to just at least maybe get your neighbours, get to know your neighbours a bit more, keep them at arm's length, but get to know them a bit more, and any family members that you think you can rekindle shit with. The family unit is very powerful. That's why they went to destroy that first. But yeah, did you about food? Everyone should be prepping now, and everyone that I've kind of suggested it to without giving myself away, if they've not put things into action, they are not my problem. I will assess the situation further down the line. Again, these are all worst case scenarios, but I'm a worst case scenario guy. I don't know any other way. I don't trust Elon or most space companies, but I do enjoy rocketry. Are you being dirty there, Jordan? Have you got your missus in a I do apologise there, Jordan. That was very inappropriate. Especially if your missus is watching, like, what's he fucking saying? Is he saying you're a rocket? Because it's not. So I do apologise, mate. Every phone is a nuclear weapon. No data, no 67 billion profit. Our data is all they've got. So all we have to do is cut it off. Oh, Digi, you're a bit of an enigma. And I'm pretty sure that you're probably not the only. I'm not the only one that's thinking that, because you do make a lot of sense. A lot of it's stuff that we've already thought about, but it's kind of reverting back to, how do we go about doing that? How do we go about doing this? You know, and there's loads that I just can't say. The Black Mirror device, number one weapon. Yes, it is. Soon, if you don't have one, they will supply you with. Yeah. Every time you smash it up, I don't want it. I don't want it. Ding dong. Open the door. Brand new phone. It's free. It's for you. You need this. You can't go by your life without this smartphone. It's got built-in one login. That's all you need. It contains surveillance of all of your activity across all social media. It's got your only source of social media will be X, which I said 5 years ago, 6 years ago, that will all be part of this. Twitter will be part of all of this, as far as the social media element is concerned, so we can carry on making bank. Your medical information, your driver's license, everything. They want everything on there. And then it's right, CBDCs, programmable money. In fact, in America, it's even worse, because they seem to be playing with a different animal, which I find strange, whether it's like a decoy or whether it's a red herring. But over there, they're aiming for something called stablecoin, and that's, for the average independent, freedom-loving Joe, that's way more terrifying. Way more. Because at least with the CBDC, it's got to go through the motions, right? With some degree of public involvement. Whereas stablecoins, it's a brand new thing. It bypasses all of that shit. So far, the only thing that the Americans have got going for them is their right to carry. And if I'm not a Christian, you know that. I get pissed off with having to say that. But if their communal faith in these Christian communities, with the right to carry, they need to come together and unite a little bit. and start talking to each other away from these things, you know. Black mirror device, yeah. Mass non-compliance. If you had a choice, right, between and having having two choices, but out of those two choices, with this choice, there are two potential outcomes. With this choice, there are two potential outcomes. This choice is mass non-compliance. Two potential outcomes. This, a renaissance, you know, a revolution, a civil war. Two potential outcomes. But the two potential outcomes from each one of those are identical. It's just that one is guaranteed to lose way more lives than the other. The peaceful approach is always going to be better, but it's not about becoming a pussy. It's not about turning around to them and just bending over for them. It's not about that. It's about just going, no. You know, ideally or historically, I would have said, do it with your wallet. You know, stop paying your taxes, stop paying any bills, stop doing all of that. But who's going to do that? How many people do you know are going to do that? The passive option will always be the best option, always. And I did say that. I have said that, and I don't retract from that. But as I said earlier on, most people just haven't prepared. So it's going to be a lot easier to entrap them. Like, well, you either have it or you can't have any food. Think of your kids. Because they didn't think ahead. When I packed a box in 2019, having no idea why I was doing it. Sally hadn't been diagnosed with anything. Sky, our first border terrier, my best friend, other than Sal, you know. Her illness, saw none of that, but I just did it instinctively. So there's so much more to this world that we just don't understand. Because years ago, that would have been irrational, completely irrational to me. But nothing seems irrational anymore. So, right, let me catch up. But mass non-compliance, if we can achieve that, right, then it's game on then. because everyone's minds will have been reset to a level of empowerment, which makes them 10 times more powerful than when I was saying about the Sopranos earlier on, the Italian mafia, right? You've got associates, which are the police force. Okay, there's a hierarchy. Associates, police force, right at the bottom, do the dirty work, right? Then you've got your soldiers, which are made men. Then you've got your capos, captains, also made men. Concierge, then you've got your the heads of all families, right? The underboss, the boss. Now, how you figure out where you go from police to where I ended up, the boss, is entirely down to how much research you put in and look into it. But the layout is very, very similar. It's a pyramid scheme, but not just of money. It's for power and control. And depending on how you look at it, some people would say, I'm not saying that I agree, but souls, again, there's a lot we don't understand about this world, and there's a lot of weird shit. And then you start taking technology into account as well, with CERN and HARP. That was never shut down. There's just so much damage being done to the planet right now, or the world right now, that could be attributed to this technology. You can go back and see very, very early patents of this. But then you have to ask yourself, is any of this real? Just keep aiming for that middle. Keep aiming for that. It will keep you sane. It will. Entire I'd like an e-scooter and a drone. Here we again. It's a bitch coming from Evil Central. No point in free speech. I'll never self-censor. If people are uncomfortable about a certain word that I've said, if it's taken out of context, I would expect them to explain that to me as to why. And if they've got no argument, then there'll be no apology, So I'm also aware of the fact that words have power. They do have power. They hold a lot of power. I mean, I could go up to the steps of a church and go, "Oh, Christians," and just smile, right? But I could go from another country that's dominated by another faith, whatever, right? and go, ah, Christians. So I'm saying the same words, but it's the intent behind the words. That's why there's probably some truth in prayer. You know, it doesn't necessarily have to be about a religion. It's about intent, pushing your intention out there. Maybe an Ethernet version of how one stressed plant or tree, a stressed tree, right, that's low on nutrients, can send a signal to a completely different species of tree. Please feel free to look this up. That tree will then send nutrients from itself through the mitochondria and the fungus into that tree to try and help that tree out. Everything. But what do I know? Oh, no. It just said connection unstable. My brother is on universal credit. Each time he breaks his phone, they pay for a new one for him. Oh my God. Fucking hell. So I was going to say, how are they going to find their way in? And you just explained that perfectly, Jordan, because AI and the lack of investment into small businesses in this country is leading to more and more and more unemployment. So we all know that that's part of their plan, is to put us on all on a universal basic income. That's their plan. So because they definitely 100% need everyone to have a smartphone in order to pull this shit off. So imagine Apple being involved in this, obviously, right? And then Samsung, that also provide guided weapon systems. And anyway, being financially incentivized on a scale that they'll give their phones away for free. Then take into account the mindset of the average 20-year-old out there. You've only got that phone. This has been out since. This is a new phone. This is the latest phone. Why haven't you got it? How much did it cost? It was free. How did you get it? Follow this link. They've managed to digitize and roboticize at least 2 generations without sticking a single fucking chip in them biologically. How mad is that? And it's the parents that have kind of overlooked it, not identified a lot of these problems. I know it's a hard job. I know it's a hard job to do, but you don't get a manual that comes with looking after kids. There's no manual because each child is individual. but they need some fucking guidance right now. And the entire education system is geared up to destroy your kids. Fuck me, I've got to try and find a crack out of this because I don't want to leave it on a negative. And I'm also looking at the clock and thinking I've got to try and get into chapel into town in the morning. If anything, I need to have my phone there for my dad. Oh, I'm sorry if I missed you, Jordan. I do apologise, brother. If you get to watch what we said last, you'll know that I read your message, mate. Just testing the framework as a free agent. Someone has to design decent that's pure. You can rely on AI or you can log reality. We log humans for humans. I love a bit of fucking depth on a Friday night. I've used the term groktard a few times, you know, because I see what it's doing, you know. Anything that takes away the mental or physical autonomy of a human then will in turn make the human less autonomous and lazy, boring, mindless, a decrease in IQ, you know, all sorts of things. AI is a big fucking problem. And bearing in mind that they're trying to, I don't know if I mentioned this last week, but America's got the most amount of data centers in the world, right? And they're building more and more and more, right? Is that right? I'm sure it's America. I hate doubting myself, but I know who comes in second place. Us. And none of you are going to be unaware of the fact that we are recognized as the most camered up country in the world. More surveillance in Great Britain than any other place in the world. Now, flock cameras have taken over that in a big way, but it's also being added to our surveillance system at the same time. This is how they do it. They're so sly. They're fucking sly. So people don't notice it. Yeah, we've got the ULEZ cameras over here. They're a cunt. But at least we haven't got the flock ones. Mad world. Not sure what you mean, but keep testing the framework. I don't know that AI isn't for me. I don't like it, mate. I just hate it because I know what it's doing. and it's manipulating people. It's, you know, we're getting people having relationships with AI because, yeah, I know, but she understand me more than a girl. She understand me more, and then she can talk thing to me, and I masturbate. My life is complete. It's all complete. That is not healthy, and that's what's happening. Then you start looking at AI guided missile systems, right? And we're talking about powerful, fucking powerful, you know, supersonic. So nothing can shoot them down, and they're AI driven. Now we've got agents, AI agents that are growing, and they are, you know, you give. I think you can give technology too much free reign, and I think that's what's happening. So I'm very, very anti AI. I might share some AI stuff. I know, hypocrite. Yeah. And by the way, hypocrisy is sign of a flawed human. And I'm flawed. But at least I admit it, you know? So we've got AI. So I'll post AI stuff now and then. It might be a video or whatever. But it should be obvious. I won't post anything that's going to test you, you know? But there's so much stuff out there now that looks so unbelievably real, and it's not. It's not good. So I would ban it. I would ban it yesterday if I could, because it's the opposite. It's the opposite of human. It's the opposite of nature, and anything to do with nature, you know, from pond scum to a mosquito to a lion to a rhino to an elephant to a human to a blue whale. It's the absolute polar opposite of that. And it could have been used for good, I do think. But whenever something powerful is discovered, it is always, always weaponized by the powerful, by the people that hold most of the cards. But they don't have the numbers on their side. Again, it's about doing common sense risk assessments versus long-term outcome, you know. And how will I feel on my deathbed if I did fuck all? Oh, Michael, you know, we all make these live streams work. All of us do. Keep out, Phil. You're not Terry. When he lives, he'll blow the system. Hey, you know, who knows? Who knows? You know, there's I think a lot of us know a lot more than most people. I think that would be a fair thing to say, not an egotistical thing to say at all. You know, one of our little tribe accused me of being egotistical because I didn't appreciate the fact that she was believing the AI that she was sending to me, whereas I knew it was. and on top of that, I had so much shit going on as well with the girls and that, and I was like, you know, but I just think stay away from AI as much as you can. You know, they started to decrease our potential with the influx of calculators into schools. You know, we need to exercise our minds, and most of us do, if not all of you do. You know, and I mean exercise and fucking hell. You know, we put our minds through its paces. Critically thinking minds use a lot of fucking calories, but we have to keep reminding ourselves that not everyone else out there is thinking like that. And you've got people starting to get integrated to some degree or another with AI, and this is just, it's the opposite of nature, the polar opposite of nature. All of this is. So yeah, we need to keep going back, and people will notice. Again, it's all about leading by example. It is, but without wanting to lead. That's the perfect balance. Lead by example without wanting to lead, and keep fighting all the fucking way. You'll know it. You'll know what's right and what's wrong. You'll feel it. You'll know. And if it's wrong, fight it. And keep on that path, and more people will notice. As long as you're authentic, just be honest. And maybe just consider getting out into your community without your phone. Just go knocking on doors with information. Look, take it at face value, or, you know, I don't know. I'm giving myself ideas. Anyway, let's bring this to a close, because I've got to find this fucking shop somewhere in that town over there before it closes, and then hope or be influence him to try and get it done. What do you mean you've not got the part? Get the part. It would be interesting, because Chapel on Lifrith is a beautiful, beautiful English Peak District town. And I've not been in to the town for a while. So it would be, and it's quite small for a town, very small for a town. It's like a cross between a village and a town. So when I take my phone in to get repaired tomorrow, I'm going to be very, very surprised if I see more than one person that's not white European there. But if I do see more, I'll keep you posted. You know, that's one of the reasons I come out here, is to feel English, to remember my homeland, you know. And it's just, you know, There's no fucking escape. But there is in here. They're not invited in here. Anyway, right, so fuck me, that's quite a word, that is, Digi. I'm not going to get my head around that word tonight. It's too late. However, I am going to get my head down. Yeah, I need to crash. I need to crash and I need to piss, but I don't want to do both at the same time. You know, it's just not good. But yeah, hey, look, it's been nice getting back into doing live streams again. You know, it's nice to get that little collective. I think it's good for us all. It'd be nice if we were all in one room, interacting in person. But until we get that opportunity, this is the next best thing. So enjoy